Hello everyone, welcome back. Sorry about last game, it got cut off and I did not even notice. So we're back and we've got a fun one. I'm a big fan. I actually, because the last game ended so fast, I got to scout the land a bit. And let's just say there's a lot of wind allies. And that was the main takeaway. Lots of wind allies, a fair bit of the stuff you'd expect to see, like your mill decks, your fire aggros and all that. But we've got a pretty interesting, unique, fun, different deck on the table today. So we have Fred, who's on Water Allies. Pretty normal. Nothing. I mean, there's a few things. He plays like Staggering Strike, Anti-Tristan stuff. It's Water Allies. He plays Shunche and Chang Chang. So we added those two new things. We play Huaji. We're on the rain. And the other side we have Raphael from Wolves Den on Wind, Exia, Jin. Wind, Exia, yeah. So I think correctly identifying that this meta is very Wind Allies heavy. So playing a deck that kind of hoses Wind Allies is pretty good. So let's see how Water Allies does. Because obviously Water Allies does have the Fracturize. We can remove that very annoying Regalia in the Berserker's Blade. And of course he has Annihilation. Annihilation is your best way of getting rid of all of these Fractal decks. Just call 2 and like break out 90% of the Fractals people are playing. So we'll see if that actually comes to fruition. I spoke with him about the deck during the lunch break and he said that he thinks he's good into Fractals as long as he opens his Fantasia removal, which he does mainboard 3/3. 3 Scatter, 3 Mystic Purifier. So the main thing here is obviously the entire idea behind this Jin deck is we try and turbo to 3 and we become immortal and we just rely on our powerful Exia cards, our Relentless Outbursts. You can bring out your... He also plays Swaji, by the way. Actually, the main thing about this deck that's probably worse, he plays Sundering Moon. And from when I was watching, he likes to go bring out Sundering Moon, then he Dungeon Guides to 2, and he tries to get like a double swing with the Sundering Moon, kill 2 allies, buff up something. Pretty strong. And then of course you have the Huaji. Huaji lets you bring out a weapon that will never break. So every turn you get to swing with Huaji, unlike with before where you have to bring out Shuangji. Sorry, all these Chinese names sound the same. Sorry if I pronounce them wrong. But yeah, so I'm looking forward to seeing how Water Allies deals with this, because Jin is he's just a pain. Massive pain for ally decks. If he can eventually clear your board, it's kind of hard for you to crawl back, and it all comes down to how many Men Fleshes we can find. I mean, I was watching him play against Zeke, unfortunately got a round 1 team kill, and he Men Fleshed him 3 times, and I'm like, oh, I see. That's what we're doing now. Alright, so I think we're gonna just shuffle up. Fred, I think, maybe went to the bathroom. So he should be back on the table now. But yeah, I really want to see how this Jin does. Jin is a really interesting choice as far as a deck that always is there, but never really performs. If you look at the stats, tends to have a very bad win rate, despite the fact that it just occasionally tops. I think it's just a deck that people don't really expect to see, and sometimes you just get Jinned, and some decks just are not good into him. So let's see how this goes. I'm definitely expecting these games to not take that long though, because obviously it's like if you're playing against Water Allies and you just die, and if you're playing against Jin and they hit level 3, you just lose. So that's really the main thing, is can we kill him before he hits level 3? I don't believe Fred is even on something like the Frozen Dismissal, so potential huge Dungeon Guide turns incoming.
Last call for registration before we start at around 2 p.m.
And both players are just setting up, and we'll see. I have been given the deck lists, and so let's talk about perhaps list. Windspire Crest. Hell yeah, hell yeah. I love. It's nice to see for once people are coming up with something new. Philippines, unfortunately, is one of those regions that kind of just follows. So I'm glad to see someone trying to innovate. Yeah, I mean, looking at the list, it's kind of like a mix, Wind Allies plus Exia stuff. Obviously, he's on Serene. So it's not like the Fire Serene Djinns that have so much HP and you just can't burn through it. So it is very possible that he can go down before hitting level 3, especially if he doesn't draw his Dungeon Guys. I think that's really the most important thing, but he does have allies. We're on Trotter. Love me a good Trotter. It's like my favorite win card. He's on Guan Yu, he's on Trotter, Asons, Shunche. Obviously we're using Huaji, so it makes sense to have Shunche. And just a bunch of allies. You have like Vanguards, and just basically win allies, but then you have an Exia high end, which is really interesting. Because like when you play against a deck that you need to play that way, something that has a bit more inevitability, like a Merlin maybe, you can try and play for a bit more aggro. But then when you play against things like Fractals, where you maybe have to try to play aggressive. Actually, against Fractals, you can kind of go either way. You can play for aggro, or you could play for trying to go for that level 3 high end, because I mean they do have a lot of fast speed spells. To be fair, they have Shimmering, Refracting Missiles, they have Fracturize for the plates. There's lots of ways to kill you in end phase, but either way, it's just something annoying to have to deal with. Always worrying about the you can never really burst asunder him, which is of course like the main way this deck wins. Yeah, so it seems like we are getting started here. I'm just gonna shuffle up. Yeah, I mean, what do you guys expect is going to... What do you guys expect to make it into top 8? Or top 16, I suppose, because this is top 16 event. I'm expecting the usual, but I'm kind of rooting for the Win Djinn. I'd love to see something wacky. I think we've been seeing a lot of wacky stuff ever since Seattle. Since Seattle, obviously the Fractal deck kind of took over, but I'm happy to see weird things like Water Overlords and of course like Wind Exia Djinn is super weird. Yeah, so we're just gonna... Sorry, it seems like there's something going on. Alright. Seems like both players are just cutting each other's deck, or we're ready to get in here. Obviously Fred Kyle of True Sight, one of the not quite OG, but very early True Sight members, and Water Allies aficionado. He's always played, I think he has never not played Water in these, maybe he played Wind Allies sometimes, but he almost always is on Water, whether he was on Water Mill Sylvie last set, but now he's on Water. He played Water Mill Sylvie before, he's always been a Water Allies player. Raphael was on Water Arsana, I want to say. Last set, Water Arsana, you know, the best deck of the room last set before obviously we released all of the new, well, I guess some people might argue it's Nico, but Raphael going first here. You really don't want to go second against this deck. So obviously the tempo, I don't see a Dungeon Guide, but we can definitely find one. So we're just going to go Swift Trigger Pass, makes sense, a really good start against an aggro deck. He did have that Men Flesh, but he did put it down. I see the Trotter in hand as well. Looking at Fred's hand, I do see that Frostborn Paladin. Obviously, format also the Lunette. Not sure if Lunette is very good against X. I mean, he does still play allies, but you can't really balance it at this point, so. Frostborn Paladin, no floating memory. We're just gonna go straight kill this Swift Recruit. We're going to drop that Fairy Whispers. I think he might. There's a chance he might Stifling Trap this and then try and like retaliate to kill the Frostborn, but that's pretty risky. Oh, Reclaim. You're just gonna play it. All right, that's very much Frostbind bait. Oh, Song of Frost. Okay, yeah, Song of Frosting. It's gonna deny the float. Pretty heads up play, but also debatable whether that was worth it or not. Just gonna go straight for the GCR. We need to recover our influence after losing that reclaim.
When we go to the storekeeper's area,
I mean, he has allies. We can at least clear this, the Frostwire. I'm pretty sure we should be able to clear this. Trotter, give the buff counter to the Swift Recruit. Now we just go kill Frostwire. I think Raphael's definitely got a very good start to this game. Trotter, love this card. Like my favorite wind ally. I especially love it when you play Ears in your deck so you can actually get the level 2 effect at level 1. Raph is not on Ears, but he does hit level 2 and 3 pretty often, so doesn't really need it. Gonna just GCR immediately. So no balance, no Gildas. Definitely wants to see a Shang-Chang here. Shang-Chang would be very annoying to deal with. I want to say Raphael had a... I don't think he had another reclaim, so I don't think we can save this Trotter and then reuse it. Frostwire number 2, okay. We're gonna just try and go for Trotter. Fairy Whispers. Does he have another reclaim? He might. Favorable Winds is also not on favorable winds. Never mind. We're gonna Fairy Whispers and the Fairy Whispers, the classic. If this was Razor Gale, I'd be going crazy right now. Yeah, so Trotter gonna go down here and he's gonna pass. Fred did have an evasive maneuvers in hand, so he can keep this second Frostwire alive most likely. The buffed Swift Recruit's actually very annoying. Looking at the hand, not a lot of allies. There's a lot of Exia cards, a lot of defensive cards. That's an ally though, and are we about to see the 3 Swift Recruit? Okay, sorry, no, a 3-4 Swift Recruit. Actually, that's scary. Oh boy. This is the fattest Swift Recruit I think I've ever seen. 3-2 might have to evasive maneuvers here. Are we just gonna let this go? Yeah, this is really not a good start for Fred. Raphael's got a pretty tight lock on this though. If Fred can get rid of all these allies, Raphael doesn't have much left. I think the Trotter is the only other ally. So obviously this Swift Recruit can swing for 3, Horse can swing for 4. So if we evasive maneuvers here, it will live unless Raphael wants to use his Stifling Trap there, which he definitely could. Also has another Fairy Whisper, so we can start digging for more of our wind allies. Obviously a Vanguard would be great right here, or maybe a Guan Yu. We're just gonna let it go. Not worth saving an unbuffed Frostward in his eyes. Yeah, Fred I think is definitely in a tough spot here. Ooh, bringing out Scepter. This is the newly nerfed Scepter of Lumina. Unfortunately, now it cannot be played during your main phase when you're in the Water Mirror. And of course, it also does not have a draw 2. The draw is only level 3+, so you can't use it on a kind of level 1-ish deck, kind of like the Fractal Mill decks. And you don't get the draw 2, you only get the draw 1. So really huge nerf, but for aggro decks, you never really got those effects anyway. So just mostly for the damage. So still fine to have this. Yeah, I'm really not seeing that much firepower in here. Seems like he had Frost Wards, he has the Fracture Ice, so he can't really use on anything. Pretty bad spot to be in, I'd say. Fred really needs to be able to take over the board by trying to establish another ally. Actually, maybe I'm considering maybe it was better to try and hit the Swift Recruit in that last turn, but obviously giving the float is not something you really want to do. How could you have expected the second Wind Trotter to come down? He's having he would really like to see a Snow Fairy here. A Snow Fairy would be the best way of dealing with this yoked up Swift Recruit. He's just gonna pass actually. That's pretty scary. I wonder if he has nothing to Fracturize, so maybe Fracturize his own Scepter, but that kind of defeats the purpose. Wow, we're gonna go for the Windspire Crest. So this is a Diao-Chan card. But it's a Diao-Chan card. You pay 2 and you give yourself a Glimmer counter. But in this case, we're just using it as a kind of like a bad backup charger. But hey, this is a deck that can absolutely take advantage of that. So, ooh, the Wind Allies train is getting a bit unreasonable at this point. I don't think we can really come back from this if the Vanguard gets down. 3 allies to 1, and they're all pretty big except for the horse. We definitely need to find Snow Fairy. That's the only way I can see Fred ever coming back from 3 allies to nothing. We're gonna go Windmill Imbued. Gonna draw a card. I believe that was a Swerving Step. Or surely no, he's not playing Swerving Step. So I did not get a good look at what he imbued into. And there's the back. So he's going hands down. Are we gonna Frostbind this? Probably not. So this is a pretty sizable 2, 5, 7 damage. Hate to see it. 4 allies on board against Wind allies. I'm gonna use the this Deflecting Edge just to put a card into memory, really. Not very happy to see that. Might actually choose to leave the Swift Recruit up here. Honestly, I don't disagree. I think maybe using the Deflecting Edge here was a bit hasty. Probably wanted to save it for the Swift Recruit, so that at least you have the option of hitting into it. We're gonna go level 1 Lorraine. We're gonna lose the Lunette, kind of late for this Lunette when there's already 4 allies on board. Bring up the Huaji. So now this is the new innovation with these Wind Ally Lorraine decks. We are on Huaji main. Obviously Lorraine can bring out the Huaji because it is a 0-cost weapon. And the main thing about it is that it's obviously not as good as Sword of Seeking in general, but we do play a lot of unique allies, so that allows us to use the Huaji together. And if Fred is going to crawl his way back, he has to use this. This is a fantastic situation. He has gotten Shunshe. Shunshe gives a +1 to your weapons, which means that he himself can swing for 3 because he does give +1 to the weapon as well. So he can kill the Vanguard, and then we can slam into one of the other allies with Lorraine herself. So this is a good way to equalize, but he still has a lot to chew through. Ultimately, still 4 allies, and the Swift Recruit. Oh, the Swift Recruit is... Swift Recruit's a problem. I definitely think that guy needs to go at some point. A Snow Fairy really would be the best way of getting out of this one, because it's just an ally that removes another one without really needing anything. Of course, Raphael does have Stifling Trap, so he can get around it. And Fred considering how he wants to try and deal with the board. Audrey is just such an incredible card. Obviously, the main thing about it being that essentially gives you a lot of your allies the ability to 1-for-1 trade in the way that Froststorm Paladin and Asa normally are the only ones who can do that, but once you add, or like Gildas obviously, so having the option to let even your kind of weenier allies still get those big hits in. So as you can see there, it's like 1-for-1 trade, it's enchanted. Also gives the durability, so you can use it more. And he's gonna pass. Not even going to swing with Lorraine. Interesting. Probably wants to preserve some of this durability counter. Gonna go up to Jin 1. Jin 1 effect kind of doesn't do anything until you bring out a spear, which is mainly Sundering Moon. Sundering Moon going to be a really strong one that lets you kind of fight with... I remember when I saw Sundering Moon, I actually always was expecting Wind Allies Jin to be a thing, and it just never really happened, so I'm really glad to see someone's finally on it. And now definitely having a weapon like Wang Ji also really helps with that. There's more options. Obviously, tempo loss from not getting a free weapon like Lorraine does, but... Ooh, gets her immediate replacement Vanguard. It has a lot of influence to work with here. I think Fred is trying to probably save some of his defensive spells to try and keep the Shunsha alive, but with potentially 3 allies plus a Stifling Trap in hand, I think whatever he does, I don't think he can really stop this Shunsha from getting murked down. Raphael was thinking, I think it's at a Savage Strike, or maybe that was a Pierce the Heavens. So we're gonna go swing in. Yeah, gonna try and hit the Shunsha. 2, 3, 4. Now Fred has to make a choice here. I mean, the evasive maneuvers is not gonna save him. He's still gonna die to the Swift Recruit, so evasive maneuver is gonna come down. Still dies though. Yeah, that's really just not a situation you want to be in. Tariff ring. I definitely think this game is pretty lost. I don't see a way out of this at this point. Your opponent just has way too many, and I think he drew the Snow Fairy. Oh, that's so late. Or is it Song of Frost? I think that's Song of Frost. Yeah. Oh no, it's Snow Fairy. Yeah. See, just the Snow Fairy, just a turn late here. Even if he plays now, it's most assuredly getting Stifling Trap. I think we're just gonna try and hold on here. Very little you can do at this point. I think if I was in Fred's position, I would probably just try and go for... I would maybe probably just go for the... Probably just scoop here, actually, to be honest. Kind of tough to be in this spot. Don't want to try and save as much time as you possibly can. We're just gonna throw that Stifling, and yeah, that's really rough. I mean, next turn he's not dead. Fred's not dead, but he's just in a spot where he can't really do anything to get around all these allies. There's the Sundering Moon, the really big new addition to this deck that no one ever really used. It's a UR. I think everyone was always sad when they get a Sundering Moon. It's one of those the URs you really don't want to hit, especially because it's a material that could have been a Shadow's Claw or... Well, actually, no, that's MRC. What were the U Chase UR? Actually, this set had a lot of UR. They had the Dong, had the Sundering Moons. So, definitely expecting... You know, most people were looking for the 3 visits, really. And when you hit a Sundering Moon, you're kind of sad. Dong, Sundering Moon, there were just a lot of unhappy URs getting this set. But now, maybe if this deck performs, we could possibly see a lot more of it. In this spot, it's just like 1, 5, 1, 2, 3, 6 damage on board, but you have Tariff, so probably just gonna leave the Swift Recruit up as an interceptor. Try and insulate yourself from any cheeky Hail Mary all-ins, though obviously doing 16 damage in a single turn, pretty hard to do when you only have 4 cards in your influence. Honestly, wouldn't fault Raphael for just doing nothing here. Vanguard couldn't come down. We're just gonna throw some hits in. Faster. Yeah, so pretty solid spot. We get to kind of just do whatever here. Fred really has no way of ending this game. Not with the amount of cards he has. He can't really even do like a big level up Dungeon Guide to 3 turn because he does not have enough cards. Might be trying to find like a level 2 lie and try and kill something, but then of course even these two Wind Rider Vanguards are going to get that retaliation damage. You kill the Swift Recruit, then you just gave a float. The Windmill, not really worth killing. There's just a lot of bad vibes. He's going to bring a backup charger, can't even pop it. This is definitely a desperate situation. Yeah, this game's basically just over. The more we drag this out too, the more time we waste. This is definitely the kind of matchup that can go to time. I definitely think Fred should probably just scoop here. The more we drag this out, the more likely we are going to have to end. If he does win the second game, he might end up getting into a draw situation here in the third game. You know, part of the skill in Grand Archive is knowing when you cannot win and you should just scoop, especially when you're in a matchup that does take a while. Normally allies, you think, oh, they're fast. Ally games tend to actually go kind of long, especially when it's a mirror match. Just gonna put 3 down, play another Shunche. So we can try and take out 2 of these Vanguards. Well, not 2. He can take out a Vanguard, and that's kind of it. Sundering Mood gonna come, get that. Gonna give that HP shield. So now we at least need to commit more to try and kill it. I mean, that's just. That's it. That's it. Fred realizing he really cannot win this game anymore, so he's just gonna toss it up and we go to game 2. So big thing here is obviously the sideboards. Fred is on a lot of regalia. So he plays a Quicksilver Grail for like the Arasana match or the Cleric Fractal matchups, because you need to keep your safeguard under it to make sure it doesn't get destroyed by a mirror or even a unstable Fractal. Snow Fairy is definitely coming in. Sudden Steal, don't expect to see that. Staggering Strike maybe puts it in just as a way of removing an ally. Definitely potential. And on Raphael's side, Unbroken Mustang is actually very, very good in this matchup, considering that it allows you to get rid of that Huaji, which is kind of the big problem card. You destroy the Huaji, all the Shunchas basically don't do anything. So I definitely expect to see that. Also has his own Staggering Strike. Everyone is on Staggering Strike, by the way. I'm just saying this now. If you are a Tristan player, I would strongly consider either playing a different deck or making sure you have insurance for Staggering Strike. I actually know a lot of Tristans they play things like Resolute Stands, they play things like, I mean obviously the Veilings, like the Resolute Stands. They also play the Guoja Spell Shield, which is interesting. To be fair, it is a normal element spell shield, so I can't fault them for it. We have not had a normal element spell shield before. But at the same time, it's just kind of funny that we're playing this Fate Stone card when we don't play Fate Stones just because we need a spell shield to stop ourselves from getting staggering. So yeah, on Fred's end, I actually don't really see much he would put in. And aside from Snow Fairy and Staggering Strike, maybe he puts the Song of Frost in. Who knows? It is good against Jin. Stops a big Enrage turn, if ever. Well, actually, I'm sorry, he's not even on Enrage. He's just on Mend, Relentless, Annihilation, and oh, he has Enrage in the sideboard, but I don't think he's probably gonna go for the Enrage here. Probably gonna just remove 6 of the Fantasia. Gonna remove 3 Scatters and 3 Purifiers, and probably just put in. I imagine it's probably Mustang, Arrow Trap. Actually, Arrow Trap is probably for Shenju or Seiryu. Yeah, so Shenju decks. So probably Staggering Strike, Annihilation. Well, Mustang, Annihilation, maybe some Enrages. Potential for a lot of things. Sideboard is quite flexible. It's also on Raise the Land, which is funny. I believe that's probably just to deal with Shu Chang. It's only really I guess it could also work against Dawn of Ashes. Some people were trying to make this Dawn of Ashes deck work, and it did perform quite well during Ascent Seattle. Just a card you never really saw. It's so rare to see people on Domain Hates. So Raphael did go first in the first game, so at least here Fred has a chance to go first. Obviously going first in Grand Archive is very good. There's very, very few decks I can even think of that ever wants to go second. We're just gonna start with the Trapper, a classic Water Allies beginning. So, just gonna be Trapper Pass. Rafael's gonna bring out Spirit of Wind, and what do we have? Swift Recruit. So pretty similar. I do see a Reclaim, which is a card that might be coming out here. I see Rose as well. Have to be cognizant about that one. We're gonna bring out that backup charger. Let's get our influence up, especially on the turn when it's kind of free to do it because you're not really gonna do anything anyway. Wonder if probably gonna bring out Frostborn. Love to see the Frostborn. Gonna swing into the Swift Recruit and we're gonna reclaim it. Suppose it already got the value of stopping the attack, and the next turn can stop another attack when it comes down. I don't believe Fred is on. No, he is not on Sea Sprite Diver. That was a pretty nasty line to go like force the reclaim, bring out the Sea Sprite Diver, kill a float ally, bring out Sea Sprite Diver. Pretty classic water ally stuff. But unfortunately, we do have the new very annoying card, Sensor of Wrestle Piece, so having as much floating hate is not as necessary anymore. So we're just gonna go for the Jin, bring out Zhang Fei, a very weird card because she's only really strong after you've given her a turn to get that buff counter. But let's see if he has anything else. Obviously Zhang Fei only gets the bonus if she's the only ally on field, so curious to see if he has any follow-up to this. Okay, so he's just swings and probably just try to goad something. Maybe just like anything out of here. Gonna get the buff counter, and she's also bigger. Zhang Fei is very annoying to deal with. She's another card that I feel is like very slept on. I thought she was decent. Obviously, among the unique allies girlies from Wind, she's maybe the least noteworthy. Because Guan Yu is obviously everyone knows Liu Bei. Liu Bei is like the main one, but Guan Yu is also very good. So kind of surprised that Zhang Fei fell off the wayside because I think she's such a good play specifically on this kind of turn where you don't really have to do anything else aside from play one ally. But once we get the Wind Shrotter buffs on her, she's gonna become kind of stout. So looking forward to seeing if we can get that, but the main thing here is obviously Vigor. Can we get around a Vigored buffed ally? Could try to Trapper it, but you don't feel great about spending your Trapper on that one. Oh, actually, I believe he used the Trapper last turn, so... Oh, that is very, very good. Halocline Scout gonna rest her, which means she's just an easy kill now. Raphael's gonna be forced to play Verdigris Degree. Oh, man. Gonna suppress it? Yeah, he's gonna suppress her. He really wants to keep her alive. Do we have a negate? If Fred has the Frostbind here, could really put him ahead in this game. I think he has it, and I think he's considering whether or not he even wants to go for it at this point. Yeah, we're gonna Frostbind it. I don't think it's wrong, I also don't think it's right. So we'll see. Gonna swing Trapper for 1 and Halocline for 1. And ooh, I mean, Rav's gonna have to deal with this. It's a pretty scary board. Halocline is quite dangerous. Makes trading against all of your allies really easy. Definitely have to get rid of that guy. Looking at it, he does have a lot. He has a really big influence. If he can try and find a big turn where he can try and get the Exia, that would be really good. He still has a lot of life to work with. He's not dying anytime soon. At least that's one thing we get to be thankful for. But let's see if Fred can get him down now. Obviously, killing the Swift Recruit here is very annoying. Give the float, lets him open up the possibility for a level 2 Dungeon Guide to 3 turn. We're gonna go GCR. Need to refill that influence before we go for probably a Scepter. Probably just waiting for the Scepter at this point. Swift Recruit's annoying. I mean, we have to get through it eventually. Maybe he was considering stifling. Ooh, I think he's gonna stifling, retaliate there, and then stifling the Frostwarn, which is definitely interesting. This deck does play Dungeon Guide, so you should respect that, obviously. So we're just gonna swing. Do we have anything else other than that? Fred, deep in thought. Oh, there he comes down, the Shunshe. Really huge right now. That's a ton of damage. I'm gonna throw out another 3 here, and he's just really hard to kill. The Rain gonna swing for her own 2 after. Getting tons of Huaji value here. Now, we definitely have to be concerned because Exia, I don't think there's a Dungeon Guide. So, yeah, there's no Dungeon Guide here. And Raphael doesn't have a weapon, so he can't go for like a clear out turn using the Jin level 2 effect. So I think he probably has to chill off for another turn and then try and hope to... Might try and go for a Sundering Moon here. Try and get a big Jin turn next turn. Assuming he can even survive that far. Very possible that you just die here. Currently on board you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. If you use the weapon, 7 damage on board. So pretty close here for Fred. He definitely has the ability. Let's see if Raphael can try and draw into Dungeon Guide right now. That'd be great. Did not draw it. That's Shunshe, I believe. Yeah, Shunshe. He has some allies. Has to try and fight back here. But every time you commit more allies to fighting, that's more cards that are not being used to level up. So he has to consider what line he's gonna try and play for. Whether he's gonna try and play for level 3 or play for ally wars. That's 4. I think he's gonna play the Shunshe out, but there's no... Oh! 4 down. I mean, that has to be Shunshe. Oh, he's gonna pass. Okay, I mean, I don't think I saw Veiling Breeze, though. So, actually, let's see if he's even playing Veiling Breeze. He's done 3 Veiling Breezes. So we definitely have to be concerned about possible Veilings here. I think Fred definitely, if you see your opponent do nothing pass, you gotta be a bit worried. Potentially bring out Censor here. Or you just bring out Scepter. Scepter's always a solid play. Censor! Yeah, so he did put in the Censor. Probably replaced the... Actually, I wonder what he did remove here. There's no way he removed Sword of Seeking. Potentially maybe a Tara. Maybe he removed Scepter, actually. So we're just gonna swing on everything. Probably considering whether he wants to swing with the Huaji or leave it up. 7 more damage to go. I mean, if you swing with the Huaji here, that's 3 damage, and then we've got a lot more where that came from. Do we have any attack cards? Maybe potential for like a rallied advance. Actually, Fred does not play any of that stuff. He's water allies, right? So, I mean, I don't really see what he could do to win in this position. 7 damage. If you swing with the Huaji, that's 3. Puts him at 16. Still needs to do 4 more. I don't think he can balance himself, so Gildas is not an option either. Oh, Frostwarn, no float. Puts him on 16. Now we're just waiting. Waiting game. We have to really be concerned about the level up to 3 here, though. Obviously, we know Rafael doesn't have the Dungeon Guide, but you can't be certain. Bringing out the sensor definitely helps, though. Having that sensor out does mean that leveling up to 3 is way more costly. He also has no cards in memory either, so he has to play something fast speed. No, we're just gonna go probably Windspire Crest. Bring out his own Huaji. Probably gonna try and fight for board with his own Shuncha here. Gonna bring out Rose. And then Power Cell Buffet. So that's why he held all his cards. He wanted to try and get like this big fast speed ally into play some Power Cell stuff going on. Let's see if he can make this work though. Because even if you clear a lot of this board here, you can't clear all of it. Not on anything like Hurricane Sweep. Yeah, no Hurricane Sweeps here. He can clear a lot of it, but he's still gonna be 4 life left. It's gonna be pretty easy to kill you. Unless you're gonna try and psych out Fred with a Veiling Breeze. Veiling Breeze is scary. Always have to worry about it. Doing some calculations. Seems like he has set aside 2 cards, both 3 costs. Trying to see how much of this board he can try and chip away through. Yeah, I see a lot of Exia cards. I see 4 Exia cards in his hand. Ooh. Those would have been so good if he actually hit level 3, but no Dungeon Guides. You know, that is just how this game goes. Sometimes you just never find them. Actually, how many Dungeon Guides is he playing? 3. It makes sense. He's not always trying to play for the DG, so... There's the Shunche, as expected. Gonna get this extra buff counter. We can try and go kill 3 things on board with... Potentially 4 things, actually. With if Shuncha swings, plus Rose swings, plus Jin swings, plus 1 more ally, we can try and kill 4 things. But unfortunately, a lot of the allies on board are the rather hard to kill ones. So we at least have a buffed attack on Rose and a buffed attack with the Huaji. If we have another unique ally, potentially we could try and clear 4. Jin swings at the Halocline Scout. Thinking about what allies he needs to prioritize killing here. Gonna try and kill Shunche. Makes sense. You definitely don't want him to get the free damage off on that one. Is there a way of living here? Ooh. Now that's a card you don't see very often. I'm actually kind of drawn a blank on the name of this one. Yeah, that's a... This is the one that gives a buff counter. Yeah, right. The Crescent Jade here. Just bringing out more stuff that the cards that we really never see. So we're gonna give that polearm an extra +1, which lets us really try and clear this board. It's obviously a float though, so you don't get that part at least because of the sensor. So we're gonna try and we're chipping through most of it, but the main issue really is that you have 4 life left. So I think just trying to bank on maybe there being no other allies. I mean, even then, currently we already have 3 on board. Plus the Huaji swing. So I think this is game. Isn't it just over? Actually, 2 cards in hand. Veiling Breeze. I don't see the Veiling Breeze. It's not Veiling Breeze. I think he's trying to psych him out. It's like, hey, I have 2 cards in hand. It has to be Veiling Breeze, surely. This legitimately actually might fool Fred. You just try and like, it's like, oh, he has Veiling Breeze, so I'm not gonna bother trying to kill him. Oh, mirror. And no response on the mirror. He knows it's over. He knows it's over. There we go. Just swing. He's dead. He's dead. Fred's thinking about. I was like, what could it possibly be? Resolute stand? Are you worried about resolute stand potentially? I mean, he does not know what is in this deck. This is a new innovation, so he really doesn't know. To be safe here, you just swing with the Waji, most likely. Yeah, put Rebel really tried his best to psych him out. Dude, look at that. He set aside one card. Shang, non-imbued. Swing 2, and dude, I love that. I love seeing Rebel, though he already lost the game, but he's just trying his hardest to try and say, hey, 2 cards in hand. Could be anything, could be Resolute, could be Veiling, most likely Veiling. But yeah, just a bit unfortunate there. Fred just got control of the game early on. This is why going first is so important in Grand Archive. Getting the tempo, even though you think maybe you're an aggro deck, you'd rather go second. You start swinging first, you get the first battle phase, but it's just so worth it to get the early tempo, especially when you have allies like Lurking and like Trapper, which are very hard to deal with. So yeah, I think most likely neither of these players are really going to change anything, so curious to see really how this game ends. I think Raphael definitely has an edge going first, but his deck does seem to, because you're playing 2 different sides of the same deck, sometimes you can draw into like one side without the other, and that was the issue there. He drew into a hit like 4 Exia cards with no way of getting to level 3. And all the while, Fred is just like pressuring the whole time. He really needs to find a window where he can get that big like Jin 2 turn where we kill 2 allies, get a bunch of buffs on all our allies with the Jin level 1 inherited effect that we never ever see, but looking forward to seeing how this last game goes. We haven't seen the Lunette yet. Lunette is gonna, it's kind of nasty. It's kind of nasty to see Lunette, though obviously gonna go second here, so Lunette not nearly as good unless he can get a big turn 1 play and then try and play Lunette the turn after when the board is clear. Oh my god, the sun is coming out. Both players gonna cut here. I am so curious to see if this Exia is really more than just a meme. We even really call it Exia when he only plays 7 Exia cards in the main. I guess you play the material deck. I mean, that's kind of the strong suit of Exia in the first place. Ooh, Guan Yu. The Guan Yu here is pretty. That's a scary proposition here, with the potential for kill the Swift Recruit, bring out Guan Yu. Obviously, for those who don't know, Guan Yu does get a cost reduction of 2 as long as a human ally you control died. So obviously, if the Swift Recruit dies, you get to play this Guan Yu for 3, which he does have exactly 4 cards in hand. So we can play the Guan Yu. Oh my god! So no fairy! Can you tell me a more classic start than intercept ally into Snow Fairy? Fairy Whispers here, gonna try to dig for something. I see a turbocharge. Okay, stacking it. I think he's bottoming the turbocharge here. Gonna add that Wind Trother. Okay, no, I think he definitely did not bottom the turbocharger. He's doing this. Now I'm gonna bring out the power cell. Draw probably that's turbocharge. I think he bottomed the other card there. Gonna draw into. That's like I think 2-3 Exia cards. Unfortunately, Zhang Fei here, obviously good. I'm seeing one of the problems with this deck is maybe the amount of class bonuses. So your early turn can be a little bit. Your level 0 turns can be a little bit weaker. Ooh, reclaim here, really nice. We can try and reclaim this Swift Recruit, play it again next turn. Use this Swift Recruit, that's probably just gonna sit there and just reclaim it. Use that, get that float, level up to 1, then we get to play Swift Recruit and hold up the Guan Yu. Pretty good spot to be in. But let's see if Fred can take advantage of this tempo advantage that he is forced on to Rafael by throwing his plan off. Ooh, imbued Zhang. No, that is so hard for this deck to deal with. I think Rafael has no normal allies into there. I have confirmed he has no normal cards in this deck. So he really has no way of removing this Zhang. Outside of just like over hitting it so hard. You have to do 5 damage to the Zhang just to kill her. So possible with a power cell Rose line maybe, but oh lord, the sun is blaring. Now that is... We are in fact in an area with a glass window, and it is about to hit lunchtime, which means hope everyone brought their sunblock. Rafael has a billion cards, but can't really do that much with them. Gonna level up the Jin too. Probably gonna try and bring out the Swift Recruit and then sit on a Guan Yu, or maybe gonna bring out Zhang Fei actually. Yeah, it seems like Zhang Fei is the line. Zhang Fei gonna be the play here, just gonna swing at face. Try and go to response. Probably nothing on Fred's. I'm actually surprised Fred didn't pop the ring, which makes me think he's probably trying to set up maybe a Gildas, or maybe expecting a Gildas in a few turns. Gonna get that one. If we have another Snow Fairy or a potential for another Helicline Scout, this is also incredibly scary. Rafael did not have Dungeon Guide as far as I am aware, so have to be... Ooh, lost the Shunche. I think he probably has another one though if he was willing to put that one down. Oh, actually no, that was Imbue. I think maybe he was forced to put that down to try and get the Imbue off in the first place. That is one of the problems with normal Imbue. It's a bit... Sometimes you can't really get it off that often, right? So... I think he has another one though. I want to say he does. Gonna just pop the ring here. Ooh, Snow Fairy? Or is that Song? No, that's Snow Fairy. Yeah, I think we can Snow Fairy the Zhang Fei. She has Vigor though, so it's actually not that worth it unless you're just planning on killing her. Do we have a potential... Yeah, we would have to kill it. It's good. It's just gonna Vigor on the next turn anyway, so you might as well. Oh, is he gonna Shunsha here? Oh my god, he's going all in. I mean, you're not playing against water. You don't have to worry about getting negated. You can actually just do this. Can he kill here? Shang swings for... So we're gonna try and kill the Zhang. 3 down. Is there anything? Probably gonna let her die, then bring out the Guan Yu.
75K, more than 3 years. 30 minutes left in the
Ooh.
round.
Reclaiming.
FPG, legacy players.
Yeah. Makes sense. I wonder if he has any response to this. Potentially like a... Maybe a Freezing Hail? Freezing Hail, or maybe like a Song of Frost, but I feel like you just let this go. I don't know. I mean, it does, if you can negate this, it's actually probably worth it. You deny the ally in hand, and you also get rid of the float. Fortunately, it doesn't really seem to have much to stop that, so he's just gonna pass. So yeah, we're in the Jin danger zone here, but he doesn't have Dungeon Guide. Oh, it seems like he's gonna level up though. Shuffling his memory. Reclaim +1. Doesn't have a weapon. Maybe he has Dungeon Guide and I just was missing it. Jin 2 with no... Yeah, he doesn't have Dungeon Guide. Draw it for turn? No, another extra card. All right, we have Mega Trotter now though. I think. Oh, he's putting the Trotter down. So what? Jack Fei again? I think he knows that he just needs to hit level 3 here. He hits level 3 and he's in a huge advantage spot. Zhang Fei gonna come down. Can't really kill anything anyway, but... Yeah, Fred probably has to kill him the turn He most assuredly cannot kill him this turn, so he needs to kill him the turn after, most likely. But at that point, he's already Jin 3. And gonna be kind of hard to do that, not gonna lie. It is Jin. Immortality is kind of a problem. Swing 2 to face. It's got nothing. Ooh, freezing hail on the jam. I'm not really seeing the reason why we're... Oh, right, she does have 2 life. Of course, I forget she has 2 life. She doesn't have the... She does not have the buff counter yet because she's not reached the end phase. So, we are in a really, really tough spot here. The threat of Jin 3 is palpable. Because you're gonna go for Stardust Seeking. So now we at least have another buff weapon that we can throw out. Dream Fairies are not an issue anymore. Actually, even on Dream Fairy. Arval's actually not on Dream Fairy, which is interesting. I'm gonna swing 2 to face. Ooh, Dungeon Guide in hand. Could try and go for like a big Scepter turn, but we obviously at that point Jin is already gonna be at level 3, so probably not even really worth it. Shunche gonna come out here. Yep. Shunche gonna give the buff counter to the Huaji. We get to swing with Shang Chang and Shuche for that would be 3 and 4 respectively. And this is gonna swing for 4. We get to swing with Lorraine with the sort of Seeking for 2 because of the Shunche effect. And sort of Seeking. That's another 2. So we live to see another day, and we are going to level up to 3, and now we are in the Exia Jin party. Can you stop him from mending his flesh? I see a lot. Oh my god, he drew Dungeon Guide for a turn. You're kidding me. The Grand Archive special. Always draw Dungeon Guide to turn you hard level. It happens every single time. He's just gonna pass. He's gonna pass. He's gonna pass. He's gonna sit there and twiddle his fingers. He's gonna bring out... Actually, he can't bring out the breastplate unless he plays something here, so we're gonna have to go... Does he have a fast speed card? He must have a fast speed card, because I'm sure he's gonna try and bring out Berserker's Blade here. I mean, in this situation, you just have to damage him. You can't really just not do anything, because the Jin is fine with that. So you just have to hit him. There's really no other option. If you're in Fred's spot here, probably just go for, like, backup charger. Let's just try and hit this guy. Hopefully you can make it there. Or actually, no, maybe Safeguard Amulet. Safeguard Amulet would be quite apt here. Need to stop yourself from getting just blasted by Relentless Outburst. I see Enrage, Relentless Outburst, plus maybe a Menflesh? 3 Exegars for sure. But the safe play here is definitely Safeguard Amulet. Backup charger, we're greedy. I respect it. I mean, we have negates, probably. Hopefully we draw into negates. We have a Song of Frost, we can still have a big Enrage turn at least. Swing 1, swing 1. Three down. Into Halocline. I see. Wonder why he must have sequenced wrong here. I swung with the first Snow Fairy, so we can't take that back. Here's another 2. Here's another. I believe he only buffs other ally. I don't think he buffs himself. So that's 1. Shang Chang gonna swing for. Thinking about the Huaji here. Yeah, we're gonna go Huaji. Breaks here. Swing for another 2. And is he gonna swing with Lorraine for another to put him right at that 30 threshold? I mean, 28 is fine. 28 is fine. That is dead until he brings up Berserker's Blade. If you have the Fracture Eyes, you can pull it off anyway. But we do know he most assuredly has a Menflesh. You also maybe want to try and keep him off the 35 health breakpoint, because that would let him do a Relentless Outburst and just kill you. Relentless Outburst here would do 5 pings, 7 pings. Maybe actually wants to. Oh my god, freezing. Oh my god, oh no, he can't wake up now. Oh wait, but the Relentless Outburst is still a big concern. Kind of heads up play from Fred here to try and make, hey, no, I'm gonna just keep you in a state where you cannot wake up. Draws Annihilation. Oh boy. Do you see what I see? Every ally on this field is 3 cost. That is so bad. That is so bad. And then into a Menflesh, you're dead? Everything is gone. Oh, that's so satisfying. Menflesh, boom. You yeah, I don't know if we can make it anymore. I mean, at this point, yeah, oh my god, he's like 3. Oh, yeah, Shang will still die because it does not do damage, it just destroys them. So we are fine. Yes, Shang just prevents damage, she doesn't actually like become immortal or like unaffected by normal cards, so she's still good. Alright, I mean, let's see if Fred can cross. I think there was only one Menflesh. One Menflesh means if we can get him down to... He's most likely going to bring Berserker's Blade out next turn. And you have to go Safeguard here. You have to go Safeguard and you just have to try and... Or maybe... Tariff is probably not enough. I feel like you have to bring out Safeguard and just try and kill him. Maybe thinking about doing a Scepter turn. Berserker's Blade is going to put you up to 35 life. So he at least needs to put himself in a spot where he can't deal with that. Berserker's Blade does... It is a mandatory effect. So at the beginning of your activation, deal 3 unpreventable to your champion, draw a card. That is a mandatory effect, which means that if he can put Raphael up to 32, then even with Berserker's Blade, he's gonna die, assuming he doesn't kill Fred that turn. But can he get there? I mean, 32, that's 8 damage, is a lot when you have 0 allies on board, 1 sword that just swings for 1. That Annihilation was crazy, what could I say? I mean, at this point, maybe Fred's main out here is to try and play for a draw, but you obviously don't want to be drawing this early. Gonna go for the Scepter. Wow, he's really going for it. If you lose the Dungeon Guide here, all right, lurking. So he can go Dungeon Guide, 4 damage, puts him 28. Swing on Lorraine for 2, or 3 actually. Puts him at 31. Swing on Dungeon Guide, puts him at 32. That's enough. That is enough. He can hold up. Oh. No, Fred, you gotta go for the Dungeon Guide. Oh my god, we're gonna... Yeah, alright, okay, well... If he actually went for the Dungeon Guide there, I think it would have been enough. Because the plate would have put him to... Dungeon Guide, 4 damage from Scepter, puts him at 30. And then... Dungeon Guide swings for 1, Lorraine swings for 3. Should have been enough. And oh my god, Chalice of Blood. Kind of disastrous. Swiffer Crew here, gonna be quite good. Asen as well. I mean, on the bright side. On the bright side. On the bright side, we do have the... Oh my god, sorry, the... Give me a second, I need to... Alright, we're back. Alright, so... He didn't bring up Berserker's Blade, which means if he doesn't draw Menflesh here, he's actually dead.
Grand Archive players, time is up in the round. Active player, turn 0. Grand Archive players.
So, did we draw another
Time is
Menflesh?
up in the round. Active
Oh, actually, no, he lives. He
zero.
lives here because of...
Last 5 minutes.
Fred. Yeah, he's at 28, so it's... Or, I mean, we don't have the Men Flash. I mean, at this point, Fred doesn't really have to overcommit. Okay, we're gonna flip the Huaji to its other side, whose name I actually cannot remember. But I mean, without the Men Flash, we're definitely in a spot where we could make this work. We just have to survive. I think Safeguard might be the apt line here. Oh, I really wonder how this game would bid if Fred just like went for it last turn, but I understand why he wouldn't want to do that. The Rain 2 here, wow. He's really going all in. He doesn't even want to try and play a bit defensively. The Relentless Outburst here is extremely scary. I'm gonna swing 1 or 3 with Lorraine and then 2 with that. I mean, that puts him at 35, but you're letting him have a free Relentless Outburst. Just gonna pass? Wait. Oh, I don't know. I don't know if Fred knows how to deal with Jin, because if he brings out Berserker's Blade here, he's still alive. Unless you have the Fracturize, which he does not have. He does not Fracturize. He does not have. He doesn't really have anything, actually. Sundering Moon gonna be the choice here, which means he does have to win this game, or right here. Unless he has another Men Flash, which he might have drawn into at this point. He did draw a lot of cards last turn. I'm gonna swing for 2, let it go. I think there's a Men Flash in there. I want to say there's a Men Flash in there. End the Rage, maybe? Maybe having a dispute about the Huaji. Huaji does let unique warrior allies can use it. So that means that even Rose is a, oh my god, double enrage, and we have a way of stopping it. We have the Frostbind. The first enrage is gonna do. I think this is not enough. If he stops the second one, I think it's not enough. Okay, I think he's just asking about how much damage he's gonna do. Frostbite, no! Okay, I don't think it's enough. Wait, so this is 34. Enrage is gonna give +1 for every 4, so it's gonna put it 4, 8, 12, 16. Oh my god, that's 8 plus the Huaji's base 3, 11. It's not enough. It's not enough. And that's it. Wow, what a crazy game. Even after the annihilation to wipe like the entire board, it just was not enough. Just, he needed to draw another Men Flash. Another Men Flash would have completely sealed that game away. I'm actually really, I wonder why he didn't go for Berserker's Plate there. Maybe he was sniffing out the Fracturize. So yeah, I mean, good games all around. I think that was a very exciting game. I hope you guys enjoyed that. Definitely this Jin deck, it seemed really good, honestly. Even though obviously it didn't make it out. I think the deck has interesting strengths and weaknesses that you can see here. I think against aggro decks, because he just has no way of getting rid of them. So yeah, that was a great game. Happy we got to see the Win Jin in action. So maybe we'll see more of Rafael and Win Jin later if he keeps doing well. Obviously, losing this game, but one game is not enough to seal your tournament run. So we will. I mean, that's the end of the round. So we're gonna start the next round real soon after just like probably a few minutes, and then we'll catch you next game. So thanks for watching, and I'll catch you in a bit. Okay, and we are back. We've got another... This is actually a pretty... I'm curious to see how this goes. This is it's Erwin. Erwin versus Jigs, and Erwin is on low. Not a deck we've seen in a while. Erwin has been playing Fire Aggro a lot. And like the past sets, he was on Fire Xander last set. I mean, he kind of plays whatever, but definitely been on a bit of a Fire Aggro bend as of the past few regionals I've seen him at. Jigs is on tried and tested Water Genbu Mill. One of the few that stuck along. True Sight was, a lot of them were on the Water Mill decks last set, and the only one who stuck to it is Jigs. Everyone else abandoned ship when Sensor came out, because Sensor is such a pain in the ass to deal with. So instead, we are on Guaja though. So instead of the usual Sylvie line, we are instead relying on Genbu, Guaja, flip Genbu, become unkillable. You know, the works. So for those of you who don't know how the Water Guaja decks work, essentially the entire point of the deck is to play a similar mill type strategy as we've seen before with the Water Nico, Water Sylvies. You have a lot of really strong allies. You have Seaside Ringleader, you mill Seaside Ringleader, you mill a ton of float, and then eventually you try and get a big spike turn with in this case it's Fugue. In the previous cases it used to be Stratagem, or in Nico case you level up to Nico, bring out Ravishing Finale. This time it's all about Fugue. Fugue is, unlike with Ravishing where you can't even play it around Sensor, you can play Fugue as long as they don't have Lantern. If they have Lantern and Sensor, well, that's why Jigs plays Unbroken Mustang in the deck. So he's gonna at least find one of them, hopefully. We'll see. Maybe he mills all of them. Alright, Fire Aggro going first. You hate to see it. You never... Oh my god, turn 1 Arthur! Let's freaking go! By the way, he only plays 2 Arthurs. And I keep hearing he always draws them turn 1. We see Fugue, Tidal Lock. There was a Bovine in there as well. Oh, Polar Depths. Early Polar Depths is not bad, but you are playing against aggro, so you don't exactly have the luxury of time compared to against other decks. Looking at the hand, it's not great. We might have to just Bovine here. Can't. Maybe we go Polar Depths fast. No Frostwarns. Some inopportune... Oh yeah, say Polar Depths fast, it seems. Are we gonna Bovine? No, no Bovine. We're just going straight Polar Depths fast. So, let's see if we can kill him now, because that is the Fire Aggro special, to just kill someone on turn 2. Or turn 3, it's usually turn 3. But sometimes you can kill them on turn 2 if you get a nut start. Usually around like Vermilion Decrees and stuff. We do have a negate though in hand, so... Big Gilda swing. I think he might actually try and negate this. We might go Cerulean, yeah. Cerulean 3. So force the Gildas to put down... I'm gonna be forced to put 2 cards down. So the Gildas will unbalance itself, and then we get to draw a card too. The Gildas is still swinging for 2. Let's not get things twisted. I think you actually do pay for it here. The 2 damage is still worth something. Yeah, so we get the swing for 2 here. It's still damage, it's still an ally. Still worth doing, most likely. Weird spot for Jigs to be in. Like, he doesn't really want to level up, but he also doesn't exactly have that much space. Could try and go for a level up here. And then... Well, the Bovine's not buffed. We're not on Sylvie. I don't know how we're getting rid of this Arthur. I didn't see a big ticket ally, unfortunately. No Terrapins, no Frostwarns. Maybe we can just try and find the Frostwarn right here. Terrafring is an apt play in this situation. You just don't want to get annihilated. And Unbroken Mustang is not gonna help. Can we kill Arthur? We can go double bovine. Double bovine would do it. And I think that's probably the line he's gonna go with. At this point, looking at the hand, there's really nothing else here. Actually, no, double bovine won't do it. They're only one power. Right. I am way too used to buffed bovine. He needs to have like Frostworn or Terrapin. Terrapin probably wouldn't do it either. Also not gonna get the buff counter. I mean, you would, but then you wouldn't get the Spell Shroud. Spell Shroud's not really relevant in this case. Most of the spells in this deck are not actually spells. They're skills. Things like, well, you wouldn't be like planted in this actually. I don't have the deck list, so I'm actually not sure. I just know it's Philo. Bovine number 1. I think we're just gonna go double bovine anyway. He probably can't kill you through Tyrafring. Just try and mill some float here. Or do we hold up? Ooh, hitting Arthur? Does he actually have? Oh, no float. You know, this is the thing about the mill deck. Sometimes you just get super unlucky and just mill no float. It happens. Oh, he has Refracting Missiles. That's Refracting for 2 because he has a Fantasia on field. Well, not Fantasia, Fractal, sorry. Alright, I mean, we got rid of Arthur. The problem has been addressed. Are we gonna pop the Tire Fear? Maybe feeling like he doesn't need to pop it. Okay, he's still gonna pop it anyway. Let's just be better safe than sorry. Irwin not bringing out anything like Sensor here. Sensor would have actually been pretty annoying to deal with at this point. So we do get to level up to 1 next turn. There.
If you want to meet our hospitals,
Draw a million.
they are right here at the OMG Colors 360 photo booth.
I think he's trying to find a way to balance. With 8 cards in hand, he can balance still. So he's gonna put 2 down here for something and then swing with Gildas. He can still get the balance. Pretty good line. Ooh, Hasty here. Hasty, but probably can't swing with her. Oh wait, you know what? No, because he put an ally there. No, he still can't balance the Gildas either way. So are we just gonna swing on Bovine? Oh, Creative Shock. Okay, Creative Shock. Oh, it was Hasty. Hasty swing. Draw another card. I mean, we just killed a Bovine, I guess? I mean, sure, you can't exactly just leave it alive. You leave the Bovine alive, it's like, what are we doing? This guy's milling 2 every turn, and he's getting some board clear now. All right, Jix has got to make something happen here, though. We have the flow, we have the setup. We can go level 1, bring out the Fate Stone, again Fate Stone. Of course, we would really like to see a Frostworn about right now. Gorsha 1 coming down. We are gonna bring out the beloved Genbu Fate Stone. Gonna show off his material deck. Obviously, I think a lot of people forget that as part of Gorsha's effect you have to do this. So give your opponent a little gander, make sure they know what are the options. Especially if you are on Quicksilver Grail, which a lot of these Watermill decks still are on. Mill 1, and it's our float. Perfect. We get the quest counter. We're gonna draw. No Frostworn still. That's another refracting though. Wow, the lack of Frostworns is quite unfortunate. You're in a really terrifying spot. You could just like explode right here next turn. And Genbu is very far off from ever getting out here. Takes a while for it, obviously needing the 8 quest counters. It's not the fastest thing in the world. It's not like Suzaku or Seiryu where they like come out immediately, basically. Genbu needs a few, especially when we're not opening things like the Fractals of Rain. Now I wonder what Jake's cooking up here. Yeah, definitely having a hard time here. The hand's not fantastic. The 9 quest counters is tough. It's probably not happening this game, to be honest. Without hitting a pelagic or without hitting, yeah, you need to hit pelagic or rain early, or the game has to just drag on really long. Yeah, having a real deep think about this. It's a pretty tough situation. We do need to do something. We can't exactly just leave this Gildas here every turn. Oh, swinging 2, then probably going to go for, oh my god. That's another floating, but probably gonna refract this Gildas after. Yeah, we're doing the exact same thing as last turn. Bovine into Gildas, or Bovine into refracting to kill a 3 power ally, or 3 HP ally. I mean, there's definitely a world where he kills him right now. We have a lot of fire cards in grave. We gotta be worried about Rending Flames. Rending Flames super scary here. He currently has an influence of, I believe, 8. Or is that 6? It might be 6. I feel like he had 2 cards in hand, but maybe I'm misremembering. He's gonna go for the Lorraine 1 here. As for what he is going to bring out, hold on, give me a second right here. I need to address something. Alright everyone, update. So what happened was, I saw he went Lorraine 1, which is what I expected because everyone has been telling me he was on Philo, and then I look at the deck list and I see he's playing at Xander 1. So, seems like somebody maybe forgot to edit his deck list. So what's gonna happen is he's gonna get a game loss. And he's gonna have 10 minutes to try and fix his deck. We'll see if he can do it. I mean, I hope he can find a Lorraine 1 sitting around somewhere, but yeah. Oh, actually, no, he's gonna play Xander, actually. So yeah, he has to find a Xander 1 instead. And that's actually extremely bad because he's playing... Actually, you know, it's actually not that bad. He's not really playing any warrior class bonus cards, so it's fine. Actually, wait, is this deck list just like straight up unupdated? He's playing Veruga and Soul Knife in a deck that's playing Lorraine 1? Damn. Maybe the deck list is actually, this deck list is like completely wrong. I'm actually not sure. So, we'll see. We'll see. I'm not sure what's gonna happen here. He might end up just like giving the game. So yeah, I mean, it's interesting. So yeah, this is why you always have to check your decks. Make sure at the start of every tournament, before stuff actually starts, actually like make sure you're playing the right deck, or make sure like you have every single card correctly marked. Because when that happens, you don't want to just get random game losses. Always sucks to see that. Alright, so I mean, I guess we can just sit here and wait a bit and see what happens. The judges are deciding what to do about this. I mean, personally, in this situation, I mean, you've got to give him a game loss. I mean, his deck is wrong. Try and like fix his deck. But yeah, no, his deck is just like completely different. Yeah, I see a Forge Light. I see a Forge Light Blade there. So yeah, I think he's just gonna get the game. He knows he can't fix his deck anymore. Yeah, it seems like it. So yeah, it's a bit of an unfortunate round 3. I don't think we can get a replacement game because everyone's already started. So yeah, I mean, I guess it's just a lesson for everyone. Don't give the wrong deck list? Question mark? Yeah, I think he was just like, he wasn't really coming here expecting to do well, so he just like threw in whatever deck, whether he forgot to probably set the wrong link. But anyway, yeah, I mean that's the game. Actually, I think he was in a really good spot in this game actually, if he was using the correct deck list. Because he had a Forge Light, he's gonna make a Forge Light Blade, then he gets to like go for Rending. Actually, Rending for 10, pretty scary. So anyway, yeah, that's a game. Unfortunately, we don't really get to see the rest of it. But yeah, I mean, I'll catch you when the next round starts in like probably about 50 minutes. All right, thanks. Thanks for the short game, but unfortunately, that's just how things go sometimes. are back. A bit of an unfortunate circumstance in that last round. For those who don't know, unfortunately there was a deck list issue which essentially cost a DQ. I guess rather a forced drop. But yeah. So didn't get much gameplay in that last one, but hopefully we can get something here. I am waiting on the deck list, but I did hear it is Lorraine versus Kongming. Kongming what? Who knows? Once I get the deck list, I'll let you know what's going on. But France Ellis, a common face we see here in these tournaments, so I'm looking forward to seeing what he's got hooking up here at the 3-0 bracket. Obviously, to get to top 16, ideally if you're somewhere around like the 5-3, no, sorry, this is a 7 round, so 5-2 is pretty safe to be in, depending on your tiebreakers, but you can still bubble. So, obviously you want to get as many wins as you can early, and then maybe if you do well enough, you could just ID in the end. We all know it's no point trying to play around it. We know that IDing is a thing we do in this game. So, starting with the Wind Spirit here, it looks like allies. I see Eternal Magistrate, Dreamberry, Zephyr, Favo wins. So it seems like we're going to go for an Imbued. An Imbued Eternal Magistrate here. Magistrate's effect is that when she's imbued, neither player can materialize. Actually, I don't think it's neither player. I can't remember if it's neither player or not. But basically, she stops you from materializing outside of the materialization phase, which is something that is occasionally irrelevant and occasionally extremely relevant. So there are decks like Sylvie with the Ethereal Slime. Obviously, there's decks like Arisana with Polaris, where an early Magistrate can be very annoying. But there's also many decks where it basically does not matter. We're gonna go for a windmill, windmill, windmill. We're spinning, 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 and then, I mean, do we have a way to kill Magistrate? Looking like a no, we're just gonna swing two-face. So far, I still cannot really, are these two ally decks? Feeling like it's two ally decks. Backup Charger, it's a classic. It's ally into backup Charger. And it's a power cell too, so potentially we could be seeing a buffed up Magistrate. Probably got some other automatons. Maybe this is some kind of second wind build potentially. But then again, backup Charger is basically been in every deck at this point. So we'll see where we go from here. Should be getting the deck list soon, so I can kind of elucidate everyone on what actually we are seeing here. Taking some time here to consider what 3-cost ally we're gonna play. Lurking Assailant. Never mind, it's Dreamfair. Wow, Dreamfaring Windmill is... I would consider that to be a very low value Dream Fairy because you're essentially giving your opponent a +1. I mean, it's almost like you reclaim their windmill for them, right? And so I don't know. Not sure if that was the best play. If that was what he was gonna do, I feel like maybe you just swing the Shimmer Cloak he played after into it. But let's see if that bites him. Maybe his... Okay, there's the Kongming. So France Ellis is the one on Kongming. Gonna bring that out. Gonna get that Shifting Current. Obviously, Kongming's effect is she brings out the Shifting Current. And at the end phase, the Shifting Current gets to move. Let's see if moving the current matters. Actually, this might be some kind of Wind Allies Kongming. Wind Kongming did get a very interesting card in the new set, which is essentially like her version of a Banner Knight, giving a buff to everyone with the... I believe that might be the angle we are going here. There are a fair amount of decent allies that Wind Kongming has at her disposal, but let's just see if we're doing that or if we're just playing Wind Allies. We could just be playing Wind Allies that is on Kongming. Taking some time here. I mean, obviously you are staring down a board of 3 allies. Zephyring the Dream... Wow. I mean, that Dream Fairy is just gonna come back on the end phase, and then okay, then we're gonna. Well, this is a huge commitment to remove these allies. Losing your Zephyr. I mean, he can't really. Oh, okay, he's gonna play the. I mean, that's gonna be a +1 again. Essentially, he's gonna be forced to do this into Acolyte of Cultivation. I know some huge Acolyte of Cultivation fans out there. Essentially, this card is free, it basically gets a cost reduction if a spell has been played. So, since the Zephyr was played earlier, and as well as the Tempest Downfall, then we're gonna bring Dream Fairy back, and then we just send back the Acolyte, right? That's why. I mean, it's an interesting play. We got the damage out, but then we essentially the Dream Fairy just comes back and does her thing. I guess the main point was to remove that Shimmercloak Assassin instead. Okay, we're gonna go Lorraine 1 here. One of the new innovations is obviously the fact that we have access to Hua Ji, but he is not playing Hua Ji. He's just straight on a normal Sword of Seeking build. Curious if we might see a potential Shunshe either way. I mean, Shunshe you can still use, still gives buffs to the weapon, but probably not if you're not going to bring out Hua Ji. I mean, we still have the ally advantage. We got 2 guys on board, and Franz Ellis hasn't really had the chance to establish much, considering he's just been playing a lot of windmills. And we have another Shimmercloak. Alright, I mean, Shimmercloak is kind of a problem. Always been one of these cards that just has annoyed and frustrated people. Stealth is a very powerful keyword, except when it's not, which is basically when decks are mostly effect damage, which still forcing people to commit spells just to kill an ally that they normally wouldn't want to. In this case, I mean, using that Tempest Downfall on the Shimmercloak, you know, it doesn't feel that good. Though I admittedly, Tempest Downfall's job in this case is probably for killing allies. We're gonna go Fairy Whisper, so clearly this build is more in like a consistency package. A lot of ally decks don't really play like Fairy Whispers and stuff, just because we want to jam the deck with more allies. But let's see, what do we find on top? It's another Tempest Downfall. I mean, Tempest Downfall. I mean, are we gonna just Tempest Downfall the Shimmercloak again? I mean, it's gonna have to be a. I mean, we're gonna suppress. We don't have a suppress, so we're gonna have to actually hard play the Tempest Downfall, potentially.
This is our food. My market,
I'm not really sure how Franzo is going to deal with this. Definitely he has the tempo disadvantage, also has the life disadvantage, considering the fact that he's a Kongming and has already started getting a beating from these. This Magistrate and this Dream Fairy have just been slamming face a lot. I mean, Tempest Downfall, the Shimmercloak again. I can't say it's wrong. That is, in fact, something you have to do sometimes. Ooh, is that a Bagua? He did choose to go west, which is interesting. there's the windmill again. That's the third windmill? One of them was replayed, but this is I believe this is the third unique windmill we have seen. Fairy Whispers of his own. Ooh, I think that's a is that Asen or Trotter? That might be SP2 Asen, or it could be Trotter. It's Trotter, all right. I mean, I know a Trotter when I see it. I mean, this is a pretty easy board clear again. I mean, we Dream Fairy, swing into it. We can even Trot. Ooh, if he has ears in this deck list, which I hope he does. If he's got the ears, then we can go for the ears Trotter line, but we're just gonna go GCR. GCR gonna be the play here. Draw a card. taken long and hard. Ooh, imbued. It's Andronica. All right, so yeah, this is looking like a more automaton heavy package. Haven't seen a second wind, but I feel like this is probably a second wind variant. Gonna give the buff counter to Magistrate, rightfully so. We want to kind of spread around our buff counters so we don't lose them all to an inopportune Dream Fairy. Andronica gonna swing for 3. Actually, Andronica should be swinging for... Oh, yes. So, 2 buff counters, 2 imbued. Both of them are imbued. That's a lot of imbuing. Andronica also having Vigor, which is very relevant in an ally mirror match. Makes it very hard. Oh, I saw a Slime Shield. Must be playing a Baby Green. Oh my god, it's a Razor. It's been Razor Gale this whole time. You know, actually, probably should have seen that one coming when I saw the Tempest Downfalls. We're gonna go Bagua here. Bagua is going to Glimpse. It's basically Fairy Whispers. Fairy Whispers, but it doesn't have to be a win card on top. West being the best direction really to have your... Did he take the damage? Yes, there you go. I mean, at this point, he's got the Razor Gale. It's pretty ballsy to play Razor Gale in this meta. Here's what I'll say. Razor Gale already kind of fell off by the end of the AMB format, but now that we are in the I Hate Fantasias format, it's definitely scary to play a deck like this. That its entire win card is really just to play Razor Gale, and Fantasia Hate is extremely common. But let's see. Also, let's not forget the mirror is in the game, and doing Veiling Loops is nowhere near as good as it used to be. But let's see. Maybe Franz Ellis has found a way to make it there. Seems like he might just pass here after committing Bagua plus the Razor Gale Calling. Oh yeah, so he just passed here, so Roldan's gonna go start his turn, bring out Ornamental Greatsword. Alright, this is basically, do you have Veiling check? Or Zephyr. Zephyr works as well. The thing about these automaton second wind builds is that they're so fragile, but a lot of decks just don't tech a lot of fast speed interruptions, things like... Actually, I mean, can you really say that when the most popular deck is... Oh my god, Mystic Purifier. Anyway, to finish my thought, a lot of decks are on Stifling Traps, a lot of decks are playing things like the Refracting Missiles, the Shimmering Refractions, but we do got that Mystic Purifier coming in here. Are we Slime Shielding? Slime Shielding himself. Okay, trying to survive. Oh, I guess wants to get the 1 damage off right before the Razor Gale's Gonzo. Currently has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 damage on board, so will live if he has nothing else. So that's eats up the 3, 6, and should have taken block 3 on that one from those 2, then 1, 4, 4. So should be at, and then so swing with sword. Oh, power cell bump. Oh boy. Yeah, I mean that's the way the wind blows sometimes, unfortunately. The start wasn't great. Obviously, if he saw Razor Gale at the start, it would have been a very different game. But maybe the Purifier was sitting in the hand the whole time. I'm actually not certain. Didn't really see it when I was gathering in the hand. But yeah, I have gotten the deck lists. So Roldan is just playing Wind Allies. He's playing Wind Allies, but definitely the more restand, buff up kind of variant. Not on everything. Not on Rally. No, it's on Rallied. Rallied and Second Wind is in the deck. and it's playing like a lot of the automatons. Pretty standard like second wind variant of Wind Allies, and then Franz Ellis is basically on Razor Gale. He even has Ardent, yeah, he has the Cloud Strikers, he's got the Ascens. This is basically just Razor Gale from last set. Except Sensor has been put in, obviously to help against these annoying mill decks they still exist. I've seen a few of them. But otherwise the deck looks pretty similar. The Acolyte of Cultivation is a bit spicy, but everything else is pretty much the same as far as the sideboard goes. I mean, obviously, Scatter Essence is probably going to come in on Roldan's side. He wants to really make sure that these Razor Gales don't stick. And yeah, I mean, that's probably it. Maybe Nullifying Lantern? Nullifying can definitely come in, stops the Cyclical Breeze from being able to recycle the Veilings and the Razor Gales. So let's see how we are going to adapt here. On Franz Ellis' side, yeah, I mean, maybe Swift Root is the only thing I really see here. He doesn't really have that much tech for allies, so I worry for his life is what I'll say. But let's see, if he can open the Razor Gale and there's no Fantasia removal, maybe he can get there. Both players are just quickly shuffling and siding up. In this matchup, I'm definitely gonna give it to the Wind Allies player to be the one at advantage. Just having so much easy available Fantasia removal and having a lot of pressure, not a good combination for a deck like Razor Gale, which really just wants to sit back and kind of like spam spells, but it needs to find Razor Gale early. If it doesn't find Razor Gale early, then it's not really doing anything. And if the Razor Gale gets removed immediately, you're kind of in a tough spot, is what I will say. Franz Ellis here most likely going to choose to go first. Oh wow, actually Franz Ellis choosing to let Roldan go second. Peculiar. Gonna draw up his 7 cards here. I mean, maybe he wants to give his opponent less chances to draw that Mystic Purifier and less chances to scatter Essence his Razor Gale. We're just gonna go Lurking Pass. It's a classic start. Now, do we have the Dream Fairy to punish this line? I do not see it. Yeah, no, I don't see the Dream Fairy in there. Okay. Probably just gonna go 4 down into Razor Gale, immediate Razor Gale. Now, time to play the mini game. Do we have Scatter Essence? My favorite mini game. Okay. Survey says, let's see. Alright, well, let's show it to us. Surely he sides in the Scatter Essence here. He only plays it in the sideboard, but he's definitely got the space for it. Alright, I think he doesn't have it. If he had it, he probably would have dropped it by now. Swing 2 to face. 3 down. Oh, Dream Fairy on... Wow. Dream Fairy on nothing? His hand must be very bad if he's Dream Fairying now. That's interesting. Stifling Trap the Dream... Huh? Oh, wow. I am quite surprised he would Stifling that. Should also get the damage on the Razor Gale calling here. I think the life counter might have just veered off screen, so ask them to fix that real quick. The life counter. The life. It's not on screen. It's not on screen. Sorry, I just had to ask them to put the life counter on screen. Okay. Razor Gale number 2. Okay, I mean, if there's gonna be a good start for the Razor Gale deck, it is here. Now, can we potentially find Scatter Essence? I mean, if we can find, I don't think it's Wind Drill, unfortunately. Just gonna swing 2 to face. Into favorable winds? Into Lorraine 1. Oh, sorry, that was an end phase. So we're gonna go Ornament. Oh, okay, does he have it? Maybe he just has it here. I mean, no, he's on Kongming 1. It's impossible. Especially because the power cell cannot be used on this lurking either. Interesting that he'd go up to Lorraine 1 so soon. Normally you see a few turns of just like materializing draw Regalia, baubles, or backup chargers, GCRs before we commit to level 2. Okay, we do see the second win here. We get the windmill. It actually also surprises me that the favorable winds was not used to save the Dream Fairy. Considering he did have it in hand, so you think you at least save it there. Considering, actually no, it was a Tempest Downfall. No, it was a Stifling Trap, so actually would have survived if the favorable winds was commit there. So Ornamental gonna break here. He's just going all in, just like smack, going straight to face. The double Razor Gale is scary, but because you have to -1 every time you play a Razor Gale. Oh, Art of War. You hate to see that. What? Veiling Breeze? So that's a very proactive Veiling Breeze to just commit it now. I gotta say, I don't really agree with just throwing out the Veiling so early. Looking at Franz Ellis's hand, I mean, he's got that's the thing. If you Veiling here, he gets to just pass and then hold all his fast speed win cards, and he uses them on your turn instead. So that's why Veiling Breeze was not actually that good of a card in the Razor Gale matchup, because either they have lots of fast speed cards to kind of go over the Veiling before it resolves, or because they can just pass and then wait it out, and then they just do everything when either your recollection or on your turn or in their recollection. They have so many options. That's why I'm quite shocked that he went for such an early Veiling, but he has a lot of pressure, and as long as these two allies sit on field, I mean, what's he gonna do? Regardless of the Art of War, surely we must have a way of removing it. I'm actually very surprised he didn't swing with the Lurking Assailant first. Okay, now he's going to be forced to send the Lurking Assailant back. Which means, because of that, the Art of War, that's why he should have swung with the Lurking first. You swing with the Lurking and then you play the Ascent. So now even if you have to send the Lurking back, you already got the damage off of it. And he's just going to replay it. Yeah, I mean, you kind of have to do it because of the Art of War. You just have to commit. But yeah, you're in a really dangerous spot. Opponent has 2 Razor Gales. You could explode here. Has a lot of cards. You have to really worry about Veiling as well. Probably got to bring a Mirror at some ways, even on Mirror. Nope, not on Mirror. So no Mirror means these Veilings are going to go crazy. I don't think he has one though, and he also has the 3rd Razor Gale. So are we about to see the mega commit of the century? I mean, we very well might. I'm not going to discount. I'm not going to say no to 3 Razor Gales. But you definitely need to have something ready, because you are getting kind of low. We are gonna go for that is the, I believe, Corsair. Well, I gotta look for her name because it's bothering me. The Landscape Corsair. Yes, that is the Landscape Corsair. She just lets you move the wind. It's honestly not very relevant of an effect. I guess if you want to change your Boggo direction, but he did not even do that. Basically just an ally. Also could not swing because of the Art of War, so if we want, we can swing Asen into this, 1-for-1 trade, or we just go face, face, face. Honestly, I actually, if you're not killing this turn, I think you might as well just swing Asen into her. Try and get some of that. But let's see, let's try and goad out the Veiling Breeze at least first. If we can do that, then... Oh, second wind. Alright. This game might just be over. That is currently +3 damage on this Lurking Assailant. So it is a 5 damage swing. Will restand itself and swing for another 5. I mean, you're just dead. If you have nothing, there's nothing. Swing for another 5. And that's it. Yeah, I mean, okay. He had Acolyte of Cultivation. He had nothing, really. It's just a bunch of normal cards. Didn't have the Veiling Breeze. Even if he had the Veiling Breeze, it's like... Oh, there it is. Unfortunate. So yeah, another fast one. I mean, that's just the Razorgate life. You kind of just don't do anything sometimes, especially when you don't draw into like your allies. You kind of need to find your Windmill Asen stuff just so you can kind of get some amount of pressure. And then the Art of War was just a little bit too late. He already took so much damage, especially for a deck like this that is trying to do these big buff combo tall damage strategies. Art of War actually doesn't help that much because they can still do their big second wind rallied advance turns regardless of if the Art of War, as long as that ally is stuck for a turn. And of course you can't even clear back their allies either because of the Art of War, which affects both players. So yeah, I mean that's another fast one. Sorry, but of course we're in round 4, 3 more rounds to go, and I definitely expect that by round 5 onwards, we're probably gonna start seeing a lot of like the really toppiest of tier meta decks to start situating themselves. Obviously, you can check the Omni decks if you want to see what is doing well. Obviously, the deck lists are not available until much later, but you can at least see who is doing well if you want to follow your favorite players. I'm not sure who is still undefeated. I think a lot of the True Side guys have gotten some like draws and losses already. So I'm not sure. Actually, out of curiosity, I need to check how Pro-An is doing. Not that many foreigners this run. I believe there's only two members of Apex coming. One of them being Pro-An, obviously. So Quarax is not here to terrorize us any longer. But I'm just curious. I wonder if Pro-An. Okay, what? I'm gonna out him a bit here, but he did. I asked him what he was playing. He said he was playing Fire Polka, and his reasoning is he wanted to go 0-3 quickly so he could go to the main event, which is the casino next door. So whether or not that's true, we'll see. I mean, Fire Polka is pretty interesting. It has been around, but it never really did well enough to get that much attention. Okay, it seems like the Fire Polk is where is he? Oh my god, I'm blind. Ooh, it seems like Jigs and Jigs. Last game, I'll try and get us maybe like a fire or a wind Gosha Arcane. That might be interesting. I do see someone here who is a very big fan of that deck, and I think might be interesting for everyone to see that one in action. But anyway, that's it for us, and I'm just gonna put it onto break, and we'll catch you in about 40 minutes for round 5. Hello everyone and welcome back. We have round 5. Will we get a fast or a short game? Or maybe we can actually get one that might grind out a bit. I actually think this will be one of them because we have actually got probably the quintessential matchup of the HBN season, which is Wind Tristan versus Water Fractal Diao. I mean, name a more iconic duo than Fractal Diao and then the deck built to beat Fractal Diao. So obviously, Tristan is not assured to win this. A lot of it banks on how many scatter essences you find, how early you can get the threat of slice and dice up going. If you can hit your stiflings on the Zhang Shao is another really big one. So yeah, I'm very curious to see how this game goes because Fractal is no slouch. Even against a deck built to beat it, sometimes it still manages to pull through. So Kyle, obviously, Tristan loyalist. I have never seen this man play any other deck ever. He has played Tristan for like 4 seasons straight now, and he is going to keep playing it probably. So let's see if that loyalty will be rewarded here. Gets to go first. Maybe not a lot of amazing starts for Tristan. Probably Windmill Reclaim is the one you really want to see. Sadie, or is that, oh, that's Broker. Black Market, Broker, Pass. It's an okay start. It's not a great start. At least you start getting your prep counters going faster, but if there is a way for him to kill this, you do not have enough cards to play the Reclaim, unfortunately. So let's see. Looking at the hand, I actually don't see that many fractals. Oh, Double Dissonant? I think it's Double Dissonant with no other fractals? If so... No, okay. 3, Refreshment? Oh, just Valley? Raw Valley. Chain Lost in Thoughts. So you can get the buff counter so we can easy clear this, and then we're probably just going to drop some of these Dissonants to try and set up the next turn. I imagine it's Dissonant. Try and hunt for a Fractal. Put it at the top of the deck. I see Zhang Shao, I see Nascent Blast. So Tal is on Nascent Blast, which is not common these days. Usually the Diaos are just on Rain, Refreshment, Unstable. Then of course the Dissonance. Some of them are Intrusion. Usually you play Nascent Blast if you have Fractal of Mana, which I actually believe Tal's not playing Fractal of Mana. I think he just plays, Tome of Sorcery actually. And I was questioning why he was playing Tome of Sorcery, and then now that I see that he has Nascent Blast, it all makes sense. So probably just trying to find some way of getting an edge against these ally decks. Want to have a consistent source of removal every turn, and also a consistent source of damage against these grindy decks that take forever and ever to end the game. So let's see if that Nascent Blast actually ends up becoming a factor in this game. It probably won't, but it'd be interesting. Obviously the main weakness of that deck is, or that card, is the fact that it's very easy to get it to fizzle, especially with cards like Coronation Ceremony in the meta right now. But yeah, I'm curious to see if there's a response to this. Obviously he's gonna drop his fractals. Paladin number 2. You know, oh my god, it's the exact same turn as last time. Draws into Shimmering. That's 2 buff Frost Swords. I think this game is over. Unless we got the Dreamberry. If we got Dreamberry Sadie, that would be a really solid way out. Wait, did he play... He banished a Windmill Engineer? Well, you're telling me he had a Windmill in his opening hand and he chose to play Black Market Broker instead? I can't actually fault that, because a lot of these decks don't play very much allies. Like if they don't draw to the Frost Swords, that Black Market Broker might last for 5, 6, 7 turns. So, or at least it eats out a Refracting Missiles or a Shimmering. So gonna throw out the Ensnaring Beams here. You're actually pretty fine with that because you can just replay these Frost Swords. I think we're probably just gonna play this refreshment here so we can get our fractals online. Yep, that's right. Are we going to do anything here? We definitely have some water cards that we're probably okay with throwing away. 3 fractals, and we do know that there was a Zhang Zhao, so big concern with this one. I am actually, let me check if Kyle is playing the main deck, or if Kyle is playing main deck scatters. Yep, he is, of course. I mean, you're not gonna play Tristan without main deck scatter. So we're gonna restand. Oh my god, the glare is so bad. Is that Sadie? Sorry, they're kind of they're bathed in the light of heaven, so I don't actually know what I'm looking at. Okay, that's Sadie. Refracting missiles to face. Oh, you might. A burst asunder here would do 8 damage. So if he has the shimmering burst asunder might be enough. Shimmering here would do 3. Burst asunder would do 8, 11, 1 off. If he has another fractal, then he can do another fractal into a burst that's still not enough, probably. Unfortunately, no scatter essence. Also, we're going to throw out the mirror now. It's really good to get the mirror established early because that means from basically the rest of the game on, they can never just like have 1 veiling. They always have to have 2 veilings, or they have to have some other way of interrupting your big turns. Chose to keep the Nascent Blast, even though he could have shipped that to the bottom with the Dissident. Makes me think he has plans for it, but we will see. There is that Zhang. The Zhang is extremely tempting here. Also have the float already. Honestly, just playing the Paladin again is not bad either. I think we just play Zhao and then go for Paladin. Oh wow, he's slow rolling the Zhao, the Zhang. I think maybe worried about stifling trap from memory. I can definitely understand that. Maybe he's actually gonna sit on this, try and insulate himself from a potential slice and dice. Yeah, he's actually. I think he's just passing. And we have the mirror set up, so we don't have to worry about Veiling Breeze anymore. He also has that Burst Asunder. So Burst Asunder here would do 8 damage, Paladin would do 3, so it would be 11, which is 1 off also. Using the Shadow Strike, we're going to banish. Are we leveling up to 2? Wow, we're leveling up to 2. Does he have a way of getting a prep counter? Oh wow, he's just gonna. Oh, Sadie, yes. Sorry, I kind of forgot the Sadie was there because she's so bright. But Shimmering Refraction, or actually Nascent Blast here could also work. We're gonna Shimmering it. So that gives you no prep counters because she has to return the hand to give you the prep counter, which is pretty unfortunate for Kyle here. Not much influence to work with, not a lot of prep counters to work with. Yeah, this is not a positive situation. I mean, I say that Tristan's a deck that's designed to beat this, but like I said, even Diao with even with all of the Fantasia in the world, sometimes the deck just does the thing it needs to. We go D, G, 2, 3. Is there a negate that we can get here? Nope. I see Fracturize, Nascent, Zhang, and a Burst Asunder. We're gonna go. Actually, if we don't have enough cards to play the Shadow Strike, so should be safe. I think maybe just hoping that he can kind of clutch on, try and clutch onto to life here by leveling up. Not a terrible idea, all things considered. We can get some swings in here. Are we going to? Ooh, not even gonna bring out the claw. You don't wanna leave that out to get fracturized. Especially if you're not planning on swing anyway. Wants to get some prep counters. Yeah, there's just so little he can do with only 3 cards in hand. Imagine plays backup charger, yep. I mean, backup charger here. Draw a card. We already have the Burst Asunder. We basically just need to find another Shimmer Refraction or another Refracting Missile, so we should be able to get this game done and dusted. Obviously, the Mirror already insulates us from the Veiling Breeze. He only has 2 cards in hand, so you don't have to worry about that either. So we're just going to go for the backup. We have enough cards to pay for it in the pre-recollection phase. Draw a card into memory, then we can go Zhang into the Paladin swing. Zhang. Might actually just leave the Paladin out. Just try and play super safe. We are fracturizing the Power Cell. But Tal is really slow rolling the Zhang Zhao. It's actually, I find it very surprising. Currently has 4 fractals, so that means this Burst Asunder would do 10 damage, which is still 7 off. So we are, I don't think we're killing unless we have a Refracting Missile. If we have a Refracting Missile or a Shimmering Refraction, this should be it, especially with no potential for Veiling Breeze to save the day. But I don't think he has another big kill spell. He does have the Nascent. Oh, no, actually, no, he has Refracting Missiles. I saw it. I want to say he has enough to play both of them, but I'm actually not certain. The hand is a bit off screen here. I'm gonna put down 1, 2, 3. That should be the Refracting Missiles. Oh, actually just Paladin number 2. Paladin number 2, draw another card, swing for another 3, puts him up to 13, which means the burst still does not kill. Maybe gonna just try and go for another. Oh, swinging here. A bit scary. If he has a negate, he should be safe. As long as he has a glimmering. Shouldn't be able to play around that. Though I guess if you pop the Windwalker boots plus draw for turn puts you at 5, so potential Shadow Strike can get there. Pretty peculiar. He's also not redirecting the hits of the Shadow. Like, I think Kyle has very much decided that he has to try and kill with a big Shadow Strike. So, or at least a Slice and Dice. Maybe Assassin Super Slice and Dice here. His opponent is on Spirit. Assassin Super Slice and Dice will win the game. So that's why I think he's choosing just not to spend his prep counters. He doesn't really have the space to afford for that. The Burst Asunder here is not going to kill. It's only going to do 5 damage. Or, sorry, not 5. 10 damage. 10 damage. 5 times 2. So 10 damage. So puts him at 23, which means he just needs 2 more. Okay, VPT. Ooh, okay, well, it's not Assassin Stripper, which means we're probably not ending the game. Also means we don't have Safeguard Amulet as a potential source of insurance against this. Surveil the Winds is a bit late. We definitely wish you saw that sooner. Gonna bring out the Claw. If we have the Slice and Dice, there's definitely a world where we can kind of go for it here. Slice and Dice would be 10 damage plus 2 Shadow Swings for 2 each. So that's... Oh, and plus the dungeon. Actually, this is potentially lethal. If Tal has nothing here, this could be lethal if he has the Shadow Strike, or if he has the Slice and Dice. Slice and Dice swing for 10, then Slice and Dice swing for 3, and then Slice and Dice swing for 7. So you use the Claw on the second hit, puts you up to 4, 10, and then the 2 Shadows swing for 4 each. Or 2 each, rather, so it puts a 4, so it puts you at... Yeah, that should be enough. I mean, still at Spirit. This is definitely his last opportunity. Kyle has to win this turn. There's no way he survives the next turn here. How many cards does Kyle even have in hand? I can't really tell. You know? Alright, so I think yeah, I mean he's going for it. There it is, slice and dice. Just need to hope that Tal has nothing. No, he has enough cards. He must be able to play something here. Does he not have a negate? Oh my god. Coming in for another 6? Wow! That's insane. Kyle here just snatching victory from the jaws of defeat. I mean, he had to just go for it. That was a Hail Mary. Complete Hail Mary. If Kyle had... I mean, I think he had... Did he have a Fracturize? That might have been in his Banish. I mean, the Fracturize would not... Would it have changed? It actually would have, because you could Fracturize the Claw, but then the VPT was enough to kind of like stop anything. I think there was nothing, because he really needed something like a... I mean, a Shimmering Refraction wouldn't have done it either. You would have had the Shimmering Refraction on like the Dungeon Guide's way, if he did have it. But yeah, I mean, that's what happens when you sit at level 0. Tristan is so dangerous because the threat of a just out of nowhere slice and dice is extremely, extremely palpable. And especially when you add it together with like the Assassin Strippers, potential for like random out of nowhere 15 damage. That's why Tristan was just... When Outlook was not banned yet, this deck was actually terrifying. Because you just bring out Outlook and you can't do anything. Now, let's see if there is the tech card here. So, the thing about the Tristan meta is that when everyone started playing Tristan to counter the Fractal decks, the counter to Tristan was to play Staggering Strike. And Staggering Strike is a card that came out, I believe, in Mortal Ambition, which is a 3-cost, 3-power True Sight attack card that, if it hits the opponent's champion, removes 3 prep counters. And when that happens to a Tristan player, they basically just lose the game. Quite frankly. Tristan needs her prep counters. She can't do anything without them. So I really want to know how we can adjust for the potential for that. Now the thing is, Tal is actually not playing. He's actually not playing it. He does have the Song of Frost, which is something that can definitely fulfill similar role of kind of like dicing the slice and dice turn, but you don't have the huge Hail Mary of the Staggering Strike. I mean, even other Tristans play Staggering Strike into each other and they just Staggering Strike each other. That's how much this card messes with Tristan's entire game plan, and that's why I've seen a lot of the Tristans here are on tech cards we wouldn't have expect. They're on Crystallized Destiny, they're on Resolute Sand, just anything to stop themselves from getting hit by Staggering Strike. So I'm really curious if lacking this, I mean obviously the Fractal Death doesn't really want to play a card like that to begin with. And I think they have enough game against Tristan that they don't really need to play Staggering Strike, unlike a lot of these other decks where they have more space to kind of put it. It's also a pretty good attack card. It's 3 cost, 3. I mean, it's kind of like... It kind of feels like anything, except the main difference is it has True Sight, but it costs more. And it doesn't replace itself. So, but I do see a lot of guys mainboarding Staggering Strike just because Tristan is pretty common, and it's not that bad to just throw a Staggering Strike for damage, or Staggering Strike an ally, or Staggering Strike a Dream Fairy. Pretty good card that kind of didn't see any play until now, just because Tristan is actually really common. But on the sideboard side, we could definitely see the Song of Frost has got to come in. Song of Frost is for sure coming in. We need this to stop all of the Slice and Dices, all of the Shadow Strikes. Shu Chang is another card that has been terrorizing the meta extremely annoying. Some decks play around it pretty well, but others just really can't do anything about it. Usually ally decks really struggle to play around Shuchang, but they can also kill him. And Tristan does play a lot of allies, so she does have the capacity to kill a Shuchang. And it, mind you, if you get agility off killing a Shuchang with a Sadie, you're probably happy with that. Extricating Touch is also another really good one. Obviously, just hit the Slice and Dice, hit the Dungeon Guide, hit the Shadow Strike, hit the Maximize Scheme. There's so many things you can hit. Hit the Veiling Breeze. And Chill to the Bone maybe could be coming in as well. And on the side of Kyle, I don't really expect him to put much in. Maybe Ensnaring and Blinding Orb. Verdigris Greek could come in as a way to, as an extra Fantasia remove a card. Scatter Essence, the fourth Scatter Essence is probably coming in. And Waltz could also maybe come in. Alright, so Kyle gonna go first here. Opens the Fractal of Rain. Does he have a Dissonant to pair with it? Fractal of Rain, unimbued. No Glimpse to try and set up a float. We're just gonna go for the classic. Oh, we actually cannot do a 3 Fractal start because we do not have 3 2-cost Fractals. Now this is the one weakness of playing a card like a Fractal of Refreshment. 3-cost Fractals are they're a lot worse than the 2-cost Fractals, quite frankly. Refreshment is played just because we need more Fractals. I feel like if there was another 2-cost Fractal, we'd probably be playing that instead. So we do have the Zhang Xiao, and she's actually kind of dead now. Scatter Essence! Oh, it's so over. We're gonna hit the one that is awake. Just cause like, I mean, it really doesn't make a difference. The only Fractal that you really want to like targetedly hit is either Imbued Rain or Imbued Rain and Unstable. Other than those two, there's not really much point in being selective about what Fractals you pick. The Scatter Essence is huge here though. We're gonna drop the Fractal of Snow and just pass. Yeah, this Zhang Xiao is so stranded right now. Fairy Whispers here. Can we find another Scatter Essence? Stifling Trap. Stifling Trap is also really good. Veiling Breeze is also very good. Choosing to get the Veiling Breeze. I feel like I would have added the Stifling there just as an insurance to deal with potential Zhang Xiao, but the Zhang Xiao is actually not an issue. We only have 2 Fractals. We're gonna get our 1 prep counter. Do we have a Surveil the Winds here? No. If we draw another Scatter Essence. I don't think we did. Is he on Purifier? I cannot tell what that is. It's Windmill here. We are not on... Yeah, we are not on the Mystic Purifiers. So we have another ally here. Pretty small turns from Kyle. Kind of surprising. Not really much pressure. No allies. I haven't seen anything like a Sable Remnant or Asun or a Black Market Broker yet. Curious to see how this one is gonna go. I feel like he's probably got some Surveils cooking up in there. Otherwise, I'm not sure why you would hold so much. Gonna tap 2, probably play Extricating Touch. Now, what are we doing here? We're gonna play the Fairy Whispers here now before the Extricating Touch, so we can at least set it up. So if we like the card on top, oh my god. Norm. Oh boy, we have to bottom all 3. Losing the Dungeon Guide really hurts here. He's praying, he's begging. Oh, it's the Waltz, no! The foil Waltz! Alright, well, I mean, that's pretty sad. That's really, really bad for you, actually. Unfortunately, that's just how Tristan goes. Honestly, her ratios are so wacky. She has, like, all these Umber cards, all these normal cards. Sometimes you just whiff. It happens. It's like the Sylvie players missing their Slime's Blessings, you know? It happens. He actually has another Gather, or another Fairy Whispers here if he wants to try and gamble again, but I think he's probably just going to go for Boots. We need to get prep counters. We have no prep counter generation at all at this point. Draws into that waltz that we unfortunately know about. Really not happy to see it, but fracturizing the power cell in end phase means that Zhang Xiao is now live. I think maybe should have kept that stifling trap. If the Zhang Xiao does resolve, this game will definitely be off to the races. Ooh, he has the Verdigris degree here. He could actually Verdigris and like pop one of these fractals. Verdigris targeting the token, suppressing the token. Oh no, is he not? Oh, he's not imbuing it. I'm not sure if I can't remember if Verdigris can actually target tokens. How I think about it. It might be allies only. Let me go check. Oh, okay, it's one ally. All right. Yeah, that would have been so sick if he could stop that. But I think Kyle very astutely noticing that, hey man, 3 fractals is not enough. We're gonna bring out the Tengu here. Fortunately, because the turns have been so small, Tal can kind of just like sit here, do nothing, and then bring out backup charger or all sorts of backup charger replacements. He's got a pretty stacked hand, but unfortunately, he just cannot get this Zhang Xiao off. I see Lost the Thoughts, I see Refracting Missiles, I see the Burst Asunder actually, but he just doesn't have the fractals. Yeah, I mean, what? You really don't want to fire all of these cards when you only have two Frantasias / 2 fractals on board. They're going to be rather ineffective. We're going to go for the GCR here. They're trying to draw our way out of this. I think we found Surveil the Winds. We did find the Surveil the Wind. I'm most certainly found that Surveil the Winds. And I think he's not using it in the Recollection phase because he doesn't want to risk it getting negated. Might just actually pass his turn here. Get the tick on the boots here. Put himself up to 4. Then he plays the Surveil in the end phase. Oh, yikes. Yikes. That is unfortunate. We are fracturizing the boots. Does he have anything to say about this? Maybe an incapacitate? Honestly, do you even incapacitate this? I think you maybe let it go. He has the Stifling Trap, so the Zhang Xiao is not an issue. Suppresses it. Suppresses the boots to keep it alive. Now, the thing about this, though, is the boots is going to be gone before we hit the end phase. The boots is going to be gone, so we're actually not even going to get the prep counter anymore. But we do keep the boots alive for the time being, which means we... Oh, okay, I think that they were asking about like how the timing of this works. It really depends, because if Tal is using the... Oh, this was before end phase, so it does come back on the end phase, but this is the beginning of end phase trigger, so it actually still will not trigger, which is unfortunate. So he's gonna let it go, actually. Yeah, he's gonna let it go. He has the survey. He just needs to find like a Sade. He did have an incapacitate, actually. That was maybe ground to incapacitate, but I definitely think there's other things you'd rather save the incap for, like the Shimmering Refractions, and obviously the Burst Asunder, or incap their Glimmering Refusal. Heard that's a pretty good play.
Legacy Sideboarding players, standings are up.
Oh no! Lost in Thought draw 2 is pretty nasty. Draws into a 3rd fractal finally, so we can actually get our 3 fractals off. Still can't play Zhang Xiao this turn though. Have we not drawn into a Frost Warren? Where's the Frost Warren? Might just level up here. Definitely not a bad time to level up. We've got the float set up. We need to get in there before the sensor comes out, which is actually not playing sensor. Bit surprising there, but I mean, Tristan's material deck is very tight. Kind of hard to fit in everything. Yeah, so we're leveling up here. We have the Shimmerings already. Wanna get those live. The Shimmerings are a really big part of this deck. Gonna draw a card, and where are we going? This is a pretty good spot for Tal to be in. He's got a lot. We're gonna drop the Dissonant Fractal, drawing into more fractals, drawing into negates. This is what we really want to see. Tal has really got that value engine from the Fractals and the Zhang Shaos and the Lost in Thoughts. This is a deck that draws a lot, cycles a lot, glimpses a lot, and that's why it's so damn good. Super consistent. Kind of just does everything, really. Has lots of defense while also having lots of offense. I mean, there's a reason the deck was the standout hit of Ascent Seattle. Obviously, it does have a bit more pronounced outs with cards like Scatter Essence, which is why we've seen the rise of Wind Allies and Wind Tristan again. Okay, he's gonna choose the top 4. When you see your opponent top 4, you know something bad is about to happen.
Legacy side event players for the last round is up.
Fairy Whispers in. Ooh, Sadie's pretty. Sadie. Don't tell me. Not again. Not again.
Legacy side event players for the last round is that.
Oh my god. You whipped Fairy Whispers 2 games in a row. That is tragic. Not again. Not again. I mean, you just, if you're on Kyle's side, you must be upset. I mean, you won the first game, but you must be upset about this one. How can you whiff so many fairy? And his top 3 was Sadie. Pretty insane rotation there. I hope now at this point he has no way of getting prep counter still. He has that. I think he has a surveil, but I'm actually. Oh, Scatter Essence is really nice here. Scatter Essence is perfectly timed. We can once again deny this Xiang Xiao. She is never gonna hit the field and draw 2. I guess you can heal with her. No one said you can't do that. Scatter Essence. I'm gonna aim for the Fractal of Rain. Obviously, you don't want to hit the Dissonant because the Dissonant is the one that can be essentially unactivated. I think he's trying to. I think we're gonna try maybe see him put the Shimmering Refraction in his memory and try and play it now before he loses the Fantasia, so he gets at least 1 extra damage off of it. 1, 2, 3 Refracting Missiles. Yeah, sure. 4 damage. The Burst Asunder here is gonna hurt. Well, actually it's not. It's only 2, so Burst Asunder is not much. Also still have no mirror, so Veiling Breeze is still a thing. Are we incapping this? No. This is definitely one of those cards that I like to incap it just because it denies the draw and the damage at the same time, but definitely understandable why you would not incap a card when you really want to save it for the really important stuff, the Burst Asunders, the refusals.
Legacy side event players welcome to the last round.
Al still seeing if he can find anything else he can do here. Scatter Essence is going to get rid of that Fractal of Rain, which is once again going to make our Dissonant Fractal turn off, and it's going to make Zhang Xiao not able to get that draw. Unfortunately, we still don't have 4 prep counters. We need to find either the Sadies are all gone. We threw 3 of them to the bottom of the deck. So is he playing 4? He is playing 4, so there's 1 more Sadie left, and we obviously could find another Surveil, but yeah, he might just have to actually just level up on 3 prep counters instead. Maybe that's what he might have to do here, which is obviously not what you want to see, but you've hit 2 Scatter Essences, you're probably okay on this end. Burst Asunder should not hurt yet, only gonna do 6 damage. We're gonna play another Fractal. I mean, this is really risky. Okay, yeah, he's not gonna play into the potential incapacitate here. Needs to save his time. Safeguard Amulet could definitely keep you chugging here at least one for another turn. Reclaiming our Windmill Engineer so we can get a free level up to 2. It's gonna resolve. Reclaim gonna come out here. I imagine we're just going level 2 here. I think Kyle knows he's not hitting. He is not gonna hit the necessary amount of prep counter. So we just get our 1 draw and we're happy with that. Gonna play out Surveil. Yeah, that is the Surveil. Gonna get our draw. We're going to play the Mirror on his turn, so no imbues. We do know about the Dream Fairy. Now, what is the play here? Do we have the DG? I think that's Dungeon Guide. That is Dungeon Guide. Can we end it here? Unlikely, I'll say. We do have the ability to bring out the Claw, though. Or is Claw 5? Oh my god, it's been so long since I've seen Tristan. We're going to go up to level 3 Tristan, get our... We're gonna get our shadows, and are we bringing out the Claw here? Or do we want to wait? Because there is a big risk. I actually feel like Kyle has forgotten that he has a Fantasia. He has that fracturized boot, because he did not use it to play with the Dungeon Guide, which is usually what you do to guarantee your banish. Swing for 4. Alright, you are getting chipped. Things are getting dangerous. Currently have 4 fractals on field. That is 10 damage off of Burst Asunder, which is still quite short. Needs to find, at this point, 18 damage, has 10 off the Burst Asunder, and also has to worry about the Incapacitate that is in the hand. But let's see if Tal's got it. I mean, this is water. This is water Diao-chan. When she Glimmering Refusals you for a bajillion, it's kind of... Sometimes, no matter how many cards you have in hand, it's not enough. But I think Kyle is probably safe for another turn, and if he survives the next turn, there's a chance you are getting Shadow Struck and dying. So that is an unempowered Nascent Blast. So I mean, you're probably okay with this. I think you're okay with this. It's unempowered. I think you're perfectly fine with that. Okay, gonna just re-stand everything on our field. I do not know how many cards. Okay, he's gonna bring out Scepter of Fascination here. If you're gonna go for Scepter, that means you're definitely not setting yourself up for... You are not really setting yourself up for the big turn yet. Unless maybe gonna try and throw out some ping spells here and then try and Shimmering Refraction using this Scepter, and then next turn goes for the big Burst Asunder Paladin. I mean, he's very close to dead. Maybe he wants to try and like push and then use the Scepter for a potential negate. I think he has, what, 7 cards in hand, which leaves him with a total 10 influence, which is a lot. Zhang Xiao here, Stifling Trap, would go crazy. Stifling Trap. I mean, that's been there since the beginning of the game. Makes sense. And after all of the Scatter Essences, keep on denying the Zhang Xiao over and over and over again, and in the end, she ends up coming down and gets Stifling Trap. You hate to see that. Okay, is he just passing? Wow, is that just a pass? No, okay. This is a tough situation. Tal definitely has a lot of firepower. That Mirror being on field really, really insulates him from the potential Veiling Breezes. But Safeguard Amulet here could definitely keep Kyle in the game for probably another turn or two until he gets Mirror out in order to destroy it. Pali gonna come out, no float. I think that is cool. We are okay with this. Is he maybe gonna leave it up? Seems like I'll leave the Paladin up so that we can have an intercept. Now Kyle has to have a way of removing this. A Sadie would be great here. Actually, you know what? A Slice and Dice would go absolutely crazy here. Slice and Dice on the Paladin, then Slice and Dice Two-Face for 6, and then the Shadow Swing for 2 each. Big potential for a kill line. I think that's it. Shadow Strike. Shadow Strike for 9 with the claw. Well, he actually cannot use the claw here because the shadows will not be able to give it a durability. Song of Frost, Shimmer Refraction. It's not enough. It's not enough. That is that was a crazy end. I mean, this is just goes to show, like I said, Tristan, the deck that was built to beat this. Even in that first game when everything looked lost, just the Hail Mary Slice and Dice ends up coming in and clutching it out for Kyle. So yeah, that's gonna be Kyle going 4-0 here, or 5-0 actually at this point. Absolutely crushing the competition with his big, crazy Tristan deck. I mean, like I said, he is a Tristan loyalist. He has always been a Tristan loyalist, and now he is being rewarded because a meta where Tristan is good again has finally showed up. And the Scatter Essences, I just gotta say, this is the difference between a game where someone opens Scatter Essence and they didn't. If that Scatter Essence was not there, that Zhang would have come down and drawn 2 ages ago. Obviously, the Stifling Trap still existed, but just making it so inconvenient for the Fractal deck, couldn't build up the Fractals, couldn't threaten the huge Burst Asunder because of all the Fantasia removal. So yeah, I just want to give huge props to all the Tristan fans out there who are still trucking along, happy that they finally found a good time to play this deck. But yeah, Tal is definitely still in the running. It's not too late. There's still a lot of chance here, a lot of game. There's 2 more rounds. But yeah, that's gonna be it for us, and we're gonna go to break. We have 15 minutes left on the clock, and then we will send it off to round 6. Hello everyone, we are back with the second to last, the penultimate round of the Grand Archives Philippines Regionals number 1. The next one will be in April. After the Nats season and KL is done. Actually no, it's gonna be in between Nats and KL, I believe. Yes, that sounds right to me. So we have an interesting matchup. We have Crux. A Crux player is somehow doing well. Crux versus Diao Chan. Now I have seen this matchup a lot and it looks incredibly bad, but maybe there's something I don't know. But yeah, I have seen Merlins just blow up and do nothing, and Diao just puts a bunch of fractals and bursts asunders, and she can't do anything about it. Can't even get Incarnate out, or Incarnate gets refracting for 10 and then gets burst asunder, and they're dead. So looking forward to seeing how this one goes. Hopefully we get a close game at least. So looking at the hand, Pendragon, Dungeon Guide, that is what you want to see. That was a cremation in hand and chose to actually leave the shieldmate on field. I think maybe indicating he doesn't actually know what his opponent is on, right? Because you would almost always do this. But if you think your opponent's on something aggressive, you maybe would rather keep the shieldmate. So interesting choice here. On Wilson's side, playing Fractal Water Diao has the Nascent Blast, has the Deacon, which are cards that kind of started seeing a bit less play. Deacon depends on the build, but Nascent Blast is definitely one of those cards that over time people started to cut, and then maybe now people are starting to put them back for new reason, maybe thinking there's enough allies, so we need more ally clear cards. Gonna go straight level 1 here, gonna fast gear so we can double float, so we get a controlled banish. We do have this imbued Fractal of Rain, but we do not glimpse, so we are just raw banishing off the top and hoping that it hits. Or discarding, or milling off the top, I guess. We are gonna go for the cremation now, knowing that we don't need to worry. Are we just passing? I think once you see it's Fractal Diao, you go for the cremation. Yeah, I think he's thinking about it. I mean, this is Fractal Diao. You don't have to worry. There's no more Icebound Slam. It's not like the good old days. Wow, swinging with the sword. Not something you usually see. Whoa. Whoa, 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 whoa. Okay. Dungeon Guide 2-2? That is very, very weird. Is he worried about mill afloat off the top? So Dungeon Guides to 2? Like, I would agree with that if there was a dissonant fractal that sets it up, but also you do know that you can just choose to Fractal of Rain mill your opponent. So it's not like it's even like a guaranteed thing, really. But yeah, I mean, we'll see. Fractal of Rain trigger here. We're going to mill the top, and it is not a float. Never lucky. Well, actually, it's really more never lucky on FBL's side, because obviously he wanted that to be a float, because he did this play with the express purpose of trying to hit a float. Oh my God! He's putting a float in grave. He's putting a float in grave though. Wait. Oh wait, the Merlin is. Oh wait. Oh yeah, he attacked with the sword. Oh okay, I'm super confused now. I don't know why. I don't know why we Dungeon Guided to 2 then. Okay, so I mean, we're chilling. The Merlin now does not have to, unless there was a second. If there's a second Dungeon Guide, then this makes sense, I guess. Still though, it's a very risky play to go so low in influence this early, especially against the deck with negates. And refreshment. Gonna decide if he wants to throw some stuff. Maybe he's gonna throw this Burst Asunder. If he doesn't have a lot of fractals, not really worth keeping a hold onto. We're gonna throw the Deacon. Pally number 2. Yeah, I really question Dungeon Guiding the 2 here. I feel like that's a very reckless way, but let's see. Maybe he's gonna pay off. I think he might have another Dungeon Guide if this is the way he's going, but then you can't really Dungeon Guide the 3 with many cards in hand. Pally, not gonna swing with the Pally. Doesn't want to give the shield main here. Makes sense. We definitely cannot level up. Probably just gonna go for a Meridian. Looking at the hand, it's Pendragon. There is not another Thunder Guide in there. He actually can't do much. Maybe he's gonna cremate his... Maybe he's gonna cremate the Shield Mate here. I believe that, yeah, that is a cremation. Just gonna pass though. Seems like might be a pass sign. I mean, you have to cremate the Shield Mate. You just have to do it. Definitely taking a long and hard think about this. If you cremate the Shield Mate, you have a float. You probably are forced to eat it in order to at least accelerate your level counters a bit, but then the Pendragon is assuredly going to be lost. See, it really all comes back to that Dungeon Guide to 2. A bit of like an ineffectual Dungeon Guide. We're gonna swing at what? Could potentially get retaliated here, which honestly, I probably would do it. It's basically free. There's not really much this deck can do. Yeah, this is really rough. This is really rough. I think the Dungeon Guide to 2 was it's a bit hasty. Hasty messenger. We like have not +1 this whole game because we did not cremate the Dungeon Guide either, so definitely a rough situation to be in. We're just gonna go straight, banish 1, level up to 1. Pretty early time to level up to 1, not gonna lie, but let's see if the mill is a float. We are definitely not happy about that. And oh no! Oh no, it's a flow. You gotta eat it now. You gotta eat it now before anything. I suppose you could try and wait it out. The threat of a Lost and Toss does not really make a difference with Merlin, at least. So we're gonna go eat this, get our level counter. So honestly, I think if with the pace that this game is going on, the Merlin has a bit of time, but it's definitely sketchy. Oh, we're starting to get the fractal scaling now too, which is definitely going to put us in a weird spot. I see the Zhang. Zhang Shao going to come out most likely next turn. Merlin does not have Stifling Trap or any other way of stopping it, so just going to pass. There's nothing. Yeah, there's really not. No, he can't even use this Ignite Fate. Can't even use that the Mage Float to get to a level 3 level up here. Yeah, honestly, pretty. I'm sorry, the Ignite the Soul. It's been so long since I've seen Ignite the Soul. You can't use the Ignite the Soul here because it would only leave us with 2 cards to level up, not enough to get to the 3. We're gonna go Chalice of Blood when we've taken 0 damage. That's funny. I mean, we just gotta cremate the Shield Mate. We just gotta do it at some point. Thunderclap is not bad. It does let us kill the Frostworn. But I think we do need to hold up cards for the... We need to get this Pendragon off ASAP. Alright. Thunderclap, this is very negatable. Very, very, very negatable. Honestly, the Frostworn hasn't really been doing much, to be honest. Hasn't really been hitting anything, considering the fact that it doesn't want to give the Shield Mate down. Actually, maybe I actually not sure if that's worth it, considering the fact that the Frostworn isn't even swinging. But At this point, we are most likely... Ooh, also nothing to play with the Fractal or the Diao-Chan Glimmer counters. Makes me think there is no Shimmering Refraction in that memory. Mills a Burst Asunder. I believe we already have one in hand, so I don't think we really care about that. There's the Zhang Shao. Pay 3. Draw 2. The game is starting to slowly slip away. Very, very slowly slipping away from Abiel's grasp here. If he cannot get to level 3, once he gets to level 3, then we can talk, actually. He has a lot of space here. Unfortunately, just because he doesn't have an effective way to actually hit level 3. Because with the cards in his hand, he can't really set it up. I guess you could still cremate. The worry really is with the Pendragon there. You really cannot lose this Pendragon. Maybe backup charger is in order here, if he's on it. And he is not on backup charger. Yes, he's on. Unfortunately, Merlin, that is one of her big issues. She does not have much space for material deck cards because she has to play Majestic Spirit. You gotta play like Drawn Blade or the book, so you have a good Pendragon recycle target. So unfortunately, she just has to kind of play like this super slow game, but can't really find the right time to level up. There's the Ascension with the Prismatic Edge. So yeah, so much material deck space taken that you can't really play for the backup charger or like Tangu or anything like that. We're probably gonna cremate. Cremating Shieldmate or cremating Dungeon Guide? You gotta cremate the Shieldmate, right? Admittedly, the Shieldmate's been doing its job. It's literally been holding the fort down. If this gets negated, we're in a pretty tough spot. So it is a cost, so you do have to do it regardless of the negate. So we should be putting this, the Dungeon Guide into the grave already. So it is gonna resolve, it seems like. Gonna get the draw 2. So yeah, we are now back in the game. We level up next turn, get to go up. We have Pendragon, and we can start doing Pendragon things. Obviously, we have a million Regalia on field, so at least we don't need to worry about Nascent Blast, unempowered Nascent Blast targeting what? Shieldmate? Doesn't feel good to play the unempowered Nascent Blast, unfortunately. And then we are going to do Shimmering Refraction. That's going to come in for another 5 plus draw card in the memory. I mean, if we have the Burst Asunder, which I think we do, the Burst Asunder here would do 12 damage, which means we are extremely close, actually. We just need to hit either one more Fractal or... yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5... Yeah, we just need to hit one more Fractal. If we have one more Fractal... oh my god, that is the Fractal. That is the Fractal we want to hit. Or if we have another burn spell. If we have a Refracting, if we have another Shimmer Refraction. We can get there, Zhang Shao, you have a taunt. Okay, Zhang is going to replace the Zhang. Draw 2, we get to kill this Shieldmate, and then the Frostborn gets to swing for 3, and if you have the Burst Asunder, that should be game. Swing for 3. Burst Asunder would do 12 damage here. That's more than enough. Ooh, does he not have the Burst Asunder? Or perhaps there's enough cards to play it either way? I think there's enough cards to play it either way. He has the Burst Asunder. He has it. 3 cards. Is he worried about Blanche? A Blanche would be a really big punish here, but I don't think he had the Blanche as far as I remember. So this is going to be sacrificing 5 Fractals plus the 2 damage on Burst Asunder, 6 damage, totaling to 6 times 2, 12, 14. That's going to put you 25. You're dead. You have nothing. He has nothing. Yeah, I mean, that's just how it is, unfortunately. This is why I think Merlin okay, I hate to harp on it, but the Dungeon Guide to 2 really, I think, is what kind of made this game fall apart. Because if that was just instead like a more regular line, then we could have Dungeon Guide to 3 ages ago, and then gotten in our Merlin scaling. Merlin really is not very good until you hit level 3. Merlin at level 3 is one of the strongest level 3s in the game. The hard part is that it's kind of slow at this point. In the past, she was... The game was not as fast. The game is really fast now. So Merlin's a little bit slow, and then her early game is really bad. So you kind of just get rolled over when you play against an aggressive deck, unless you open really well. And if you play against a deck like this, or like a Razor Guild deck, it also can often lead to you just kind of getting smothered in advantage, especially when you draw badly. And Merlin is one of these decks that draws badly a lot. She plays so much Crux Card, she plays so much Float, she plays so much Float Dumper. Sometimes she draws too many different segments of the deck at the wrong time. So yeah, I'm definitely looking forward to seeing how Abiel chooses to adjust here. His sideboard is not very... He has Mystic Purifier, that's the main thing. He has Mystic Purifier, and that's about it. Disintegrate, Reduce to Ash, Persian Flames, things that aren't particularly good against Fractal decks. And on Wilson's side, Nullifying Lantern is good against Merlin. You did see the Crux side, I believe. And Shu Chang, also a card that can be rather annoying. Pirouette. Frosted Pirouette, that's a card you don't see very often, but it's actually quite good. Frosted Pirouette puts a Wither counter on whatever you want on field. So you can put a bunch of Wither counters on all their fractals and kind of like eat their entire turn. It's very interesting. It's kind of the same philosophy that a lot of these Diao Chan level 3 fire decks were, where they play the level 3 mainly just to eat, in a sense, like time walk a turn from a fractal player, because they're going to be forced to pay off all their fractals. You know, when the taxman comes, you just gotta do it. So Jian Yu also on Wilson's side. Jian Yu is really, really good against decks like this that have very specific cards they're looking for. You go Jian Yu, call Pendragon, Jian Yu call Incarnate Majesty, Jian Yu call... It's probably those. So Fireball, even you can go Jian Yu call Fireball. There's a lot of cards that you could hit in the Merlin deck. Probably Pendragon or Incarnate, but probably Pendragon. So yeah, I'm curious to see if those are gonna come in on the side. Of course, you could just still stick with the same stuff. If it worked the first time, do you really need to change it? Now we're just gonna shuffle up here. Merlin is just in such a weird spot. She's a deck that will never die, but she's also a deck that never really feels amazing anymore. You know, she's got such an awkward... She's in a weird, awkward phase where her champion's ability is so good, but she's just too slow. Obviously, we've also seen different variations of Merlin. The Wind Merlins, which were really interesting, and the Water Merlins, which kind of came out as a really nice tech anti-meta deck that came out last set. But, what is... Ooh, is that the... That's a Hasty with no float. What it... Oh. Vanguard Cremates. Yes, the classic line of Vanguard Cremates. So we're going to go Vanguard Cremate. This is a really good start. We have... Oh, draws into the Shield Mate, so we can go next turn Hasty Messenger, throw the Shield Mate. I don't think there was a Dungeon Guide yet. So we will see here. Obviously, Wilson going to bring out the Dissonant Fractal start. Dissonant Fractal is actually not really something you want to see. It's usually not the first Fractal you want to play because it does not have a reservable. You want to save it for like the last Fractal. But if he has other Fractals, hopefully he can get this into a reservable spot. Let's see. What's the glimpse? I did not even get to see that. One down. Making sure that we can arrange this the way I see. I think that's a Lost in Thoughts. I think that's a Shimmering, a Lost in Thoughts. Ooh, keeping 4 on top. Very scary when you see your opponent keep 4 on top. Can we... Alright, there we go. We're going to put them 2 down, and we're going to play the Snow. And then we get to put another Snow down, and then... We are live on that dissonant fractal. Fractal Overrain. Choosing not to imbue it is... Yeah, choosing not to imbue it. So I'm guessing he did not stack a float on the top there. Otherwise, that's most likely what you do. But maybe he's worried about the Merlin level to 2 again. So Fractal Overrain is basically just a fractal here. It's not imbued. We're not gonna mill. We're then gonna get her Sword of Seeking out. I'm gonna add back these cards. I imagine it's Hasty Dump Float. It's a classic Merlin. Oh, is that Creative Shock? Creative Shock Dump Float is even better. Yeah, honestly, I think Creative Float. I mean, you can do both of them. So, choosing to put the Creative Shock down? Maybe he wants to play the Library Witch instead. It's very interesting to me. Creative Shock seems like such a perfect line here. Hasty, dump a float. Oh, he's changing his he's keeping that Creative Shock. So we're gonna dump the float, then we're probably gonna Creative Shock and then dump another float. We have just enough cards to do exactly that. Swing one, dump a float, draw a card. And then we are going to Creative Shock, dump another float. A well-timed Censor here would be quite apt, but I'm not sure. Oh, is he gonna just Shield me? Just gonna swing one with the Sword of Seeking here. Kind of bit him in the previous game, but he's not gonna Dungeon Guide to 2 here, so it doesn't really make a difference. I think he's considering between Creative Shock Dump Float or play the Shield Mate. I definitely think Creative Shock Dump Float makes the most sense here. Looking at it, I don't think that Wilson is on... Oh, Wilson is on Censor, so this is a perfect opportunity to bring out Censor of Restful Peace. Oh, seems like he's going for the Fast Cure, though. Which makes me think he's going for Diao-chan level 1. I'm actually quite surprised. I felt like this was the perfect angle to play your Censor of Restful Fate. Deny 2 floating memory cards from the Merlin. Notably, Merlin, when she does eat a float that is locked down by Censor, she still does get the level counter, which is interesting because she checks on the resolution, and when it resolves, it is in the banish, therefore no longer being affected by Censor. But still, it is quite good to do that here. We're gonna get another Distant Fractal out. And then, are we gonna go for a Zhang right after this? Zhang would be pretty perfect at this point. Might not be there though. Yeah, it seems like, oh, the Jian Yu! So he did in fact choose to put the Jian Yu in. Probably why he chose to level up to 2 here, or to 1. Wants to activate that Cleric class bonus. Jian Yu, what are we calling though? What are we calling? Unfortunately, I don't know what he's calling. So I'm gonna assume it's probably Pendragon. Maybe Dungeon Guide? I think it's probably Pendragon though. Yeah, this is a really good start for a Merlin player. You have the Creative Shock, you can level up extremely efficiently to level 2. And then, I mean, especially if the Creative Shock finds the Dungeon Guide, this is like perfect. Okay, just almost put that Shield Mate in his memory. Draw 2. Double Mystic Purifier is insane. Actually crazy. I'm gonna go for the Merlin Dos here. Throw our 2 float. I mean, honestly, can I say no to just double Mystic Purifier? Not sure what the Jian Yu call. It's probably Pendragon though. I imagine it's Pendragon. Gonna read that Fractal of Snow. If he double Mystic Purifiers here, actually, I'm not sure if he can. Double Mystic Purifier would require, I think, 10 cards in hand, which even despite how good his start, I don't think he has 10 cards in hand. And that seems like 8, so should not be able to do that. We're gonna dump another shield mate. If anything, the card you really wanna toss out here is actually the Mystic Purifier to remove the Zhan Yu. Wow, we're gonna play the shield mate here. And then cremate it? Or are we... Yeah, we're gonna cremate the shield mate. I feel like Hasty would have been the safer line. This is very vulnerable to a negate. Okay, we're gonna get it off though. Then there was our Hasty draws another... Oh, he draws in the Dungeon Guide. That's pretty sweet. Instead of doing Shield Mate Cremate, you also could have done Hasty, discard the Shield Mate, then played Library Witch, and then Cremate Library Witch. That also gives you... I mean, that at least gets you +2 on this turn. We're gonna Hasty Swing, discarding probably the Witch. Oh, wow, throwing Incarnate out. Is that the card that was called? I feel like Incarnate might have been the card that was called if that's the one he's throwing. He's gonna play Library Witch right here. Okay, I mean, the issue now is that Wilson has currently 5 fractals on board, which means the Burst Asunder, there's the Censor, but we can still eat the float with Merlin. We can still do that. That is how that works. So, Wilson really has very few cards, and there's the Zhang Shao. Alright, well, you know what? I take it all back. He does not have very few cards. If we're drawing more action off of this, that definitely puts us in a spot. We have to kind of swing this Library Witch, unless we just choose not to. We could try and go for... Ooh, Refracting Missiles is actually insane. Right. Oh my god, also Shimmering Refraction? Oh boy. This game might just end next turn. Yeah, the Shimmering Refraction is gonna go insane here. Shimmering Refraction gonna hit for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7, and into our Refracting Missiles for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That's 15. Which means if there's a Burst Asunder, the game is over. Merlin will still get the level counter. Merlin will still get the level counter. That's not how it works. It works around Censor. I think they are... I mean, unfortunately, I think just not aware of the ruling there with the Merlin and the Censor. But you know, I mean, that's why these things you just gotta. I think he's questioning it because he's looking at it as like, well, I mean, it's banished though, so. Gonna just bring out the VPT. We're probably just gonna Dungeon Guide the 3 here. I mean, this is a really clean line. We just Dungeon Guide to 3. We got the... We probably have to keep one of these Mystic Purifiers at least, so you can remove the Zhan Yu, assuming the Zhan Yu is targeting something important. Like, is the Zhan Yu on Pendragon actually? Oh, actually, I mean, we throw Dungeon Guide, Mystic Purifier, and Fireball, or Ascension maybe. Still have the Hasty Swing. Could always just cycle. Look for something else. Ooh. Wow. 4 down. Mystic Purifier, yeah. Wow, he's gonna put down... He's putting up both of his Pendragons? Wow, that's actually kinda... That's kinda El Polo Loco. I'm super surprised about that one. He actually cannot negate this. Yeah, he cannot negate this because I mean the activation has already resolved, so we're actually already in the on-enter effect. So there's nothing you really do about that. Or we can't play another one, right? Surely. I think you just pass here. I mean, we can at least Hasty Swing, throw out something. Probably the other Dungeon Guide here, unless you're worried about a potential extricating touch. We're gonna swing, kill the Zhang Xiao. Hasty going to throw out. I mean, you just throw the other dungeon guide, right? Makes the most sense. Okay, actually choosing not to use the hasty on attack effect, so we're gonna go shimmering here. That is gonna be for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Actually, the Wilson probably should have used this shimmering in response to the Mystic Purifier to at least get the 1 extra damage on that Jian Yu. This could actually potentially be the difference between killing him this turn or not. If there is a Burst Asunder, Refracting Missiles plus Burst Asunder should still be enough. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So refracting the 7 puts him up to 13, and then the Burst Asunder would do 1, 2, 3, 6 plus 7, 4, 14. 14 plus 7. That is more than enough to kill a Merlin at 6 HP. So let us see. Gonna draw. If the Burst Asunder is there, this game's basically a lock, unless Abiel does not have a Blanche, so that should be enough. Also, should not have. I mean, maybe you worry about a null spell. There are some cards that do it here. That's a second Jian Yu, by the way. What is the line? What is the line? If he has the Burst Asunder, I would probably just go for it, to be honest. Jian Yu number 2. Why not? What are we calling though? I don't know. Maybe the card we're calling is different this time. He has a Frostbind and a Glimmering Refusal as well. Yeah, he does not have the Burst Asunder, it seems. Oh, was there a safeguard there? Nothing worth hitting. Gonna just hit the other Jian Yu. We're gonna bring out Safeguard Amulet. We are a Omega safe. Which is gonna definitely force out a mirror if we want to try and go for the kill. Most likely gonna be a Dungeon Guide angle here though. Unless Dungeon Guide is what was called with Jian Yu, which is possible for sure. Missing Purify number 2, we're hitting Jian Yu again. We are doing this again. 5 cards in hand. We are going to Glimmering Refusal, which is going to increase the cost by 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. If I'm reading that right, there are, or is it 9? Is that 9? Fantasia's on board right now. They're all stacked together, so I'm not sure. It's either 8 or 9. So I don't think he can stop this. So I mean, feigning out the Glimmering Refusal on your Mystic Purifier is actually not very sad for you. I think you're perfectly fine with that. I have to imagine that the card called on the Jian Yu is Dungeon Guide. I have no reason to assume that. Oh my god, actually no, it wasn't Dungeon Guide. Alright, I mean, sure. We're going for it. Merlin Tres. But he put his 2 Pendragons down, so I feel like Pendragon's actually the card that was called, right? Because otherwise there's no reason for you to put those down. Let's see. And it hit 2 Pendragons. Okay, I mean, we also are not on even level counter because we did not eat that shield mate with the float. So, kind of in an awkward spot. We're choosing not to cycle. I mean, we have 3 allies in board who can swing for 3 every turn though, so that is relevant. But if Wilson just throws his Refracting Missiles here, as long as he draws a Burst Asunder, the Safeguard Amulet does Stonewall it though. We probably need to bring out Mirror. I'm gonna just choose to bring out the backup charger first. Let's try and look for that Burst Asunder before bringing out the Mirror. But Merlin is reaching that point where she is becoming more and more difficult to deal with. I think asking if the on death of Library Witch will trigger on with the Sensor Outfield. It should. It will. 3 down. Is this Refracting Missiles? 1, 2, 3. We're gonna go Fractal of Insight, Glimpse 2, and then I feel like a Zhang Shao is coming. When you see someone glimpsing, I feel like a Zhang Shao is usually the thing that's about to come. Ooh, no, it's Deacon actually. Yeah, this is he's not finding his kill cards, unfortunately. I see Refusal, Shimmering. Yeah, he's gonna pass. I mean, there's not really that good of a reason to play the Deacon. I suppose I guess there are actually 3 allies on board, because stonewalling the three one power allies actually does make a difference, I suppose. And then if he's forced to kill the Deacon, then the Deacon will bring out... Oh, the Sensor actually does kind of complicate things. Not going to get your Scepter Fascination for free, so I can understand why he'd choose not to do that. But Ascension Loop is a big concern at this point. With Dungeon Guides, or Hasty Swing 1, what are we throwing? The other Dungeon Guide. Into a Flame Ruin, which is another ally we can totally play here. Put on some more pressure. I mean, the big concern though is you could just die out of nowhere. Until the Safeguard Amulet is dealt with though, we are most likely safe. So next turn we're most assuredly gonna have to bring a Mirror or at least Scepter. Try and dig for something, but we do not have any cards in memory to begin with. Abiel's gonna get a ton of draws here. So we are refueling. This is not what you want to see against a Merlin. When Merlin starts refueling, that's when the game starts to get really hard. Maybe considering playing up... I mean, okay, the Pendragon hasn't come down, which makes me think it's definitely the Zhan you call here. Fortunately, I do not know. I do not know what it's called, but I assume it's Pendragon. Creative Shock. Frostbind and Creative Shock, actually, you are so happy to see this Frostbind right here. The more negates we eat, the better. And honestly, that was it's a pretty low value Creative Shock. We're just Creative Shock to just like look for stuff. But as long as this Safeguard is out, we are not at really any threat of dying, unless it's maybe potentially refracting. But then you're at Merlin 3, you have 20 life, you're really safe. Gonna throw out the Scepter Fascination here just to throw away this Deacon and try and cycle for something better. And then I think that was Shimmering. Very good draw here. Shimmering really strong. We can actually get into a position where we can try and kill over the Safeguard Amulet. Nascent Blast, not really particularly useful without an Empower source. Maybe you could just like Fiend out a little bit extra damage. So if we throw the Refracting here, that is refracting for